council meeting this September 4th, 2018. Have one individual who wishes to speak to us today, and just to be reminded, you may speak up to 3 minutes at this time, and we will not answer questions during this time, but please be courteous and respectful of the views of others. Personal attacks on council members, county staff, or members of the public are not allowed. And actually, we have two speakers. Robert Money will be first. And if you'll approach the podium and state your name and address for the record. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Robert Money, and I'm at 1512 Newport Avenue in DeLand at the airport. And I'm here to speak about the master criminal Ben F. Johnson has re-entered the public office arena. To identify the corruption and slowly phase out approach mentioned to me by Senator Bill Nelson's office will not work. They must be held accountable or they continue. The corruption is everywhere because the FBI are the source. First I accused Johnson and now the FBI. It has been a 10-year process. The network continued and consolidated, all while the corrupt figures involved knew of my reporting to FBI. Only when I mention IRS do they cringe. The FBI can suppress investigations on the ground. They were not able to prevent my exposure to air traffic passing directly over my property at the DeLand airport. My signs, banners, and obvious distress defensive position drew attention of skydivers and military pilots, active and retired. Through Senator Marco Rubio, I have requested an inquiry of the FBI, just as their behavior towards the United States Congress Oversight Committee. They believe themselves supreme. They will soon be held in contempt of Congress. The defendants in my lawsuit, Ben F. Johnson and Volusia County, claim they are not obligated to enforce the law. Therefore, the obligation to defend my life and property falls on me. April 27, 2018, I was arrested for barricading my property against the massive organized crime network I am opposing. The charges were first reduced, then stalled, and ultimately dropped. The network does not want me before a jury with subpoenas for what I know. I'm waiting for the right time and place to reintroduce litigation. Through my corporate tax returns, where I state my 10 years of losses are due to public corruption involved in cocaine trafficking, I have also reported directly to IRS CI unit on the many figures involved. The fact that what I know is true and all they have left because of my protection is to portray me as delusional confirms what I know. Because what I'm opposing is so disturbing and outrageous, I will not cease until it is dealt with and cleansed. We are approaching the September 11th anniversary, another disgraceful FBI failure. I pray God will help defeat the same deep state evil that has targeted the President of the United States, Donald J. Trump. I have messaged U.S. DOJ Attorney General Sessions. They have participated in collusion, obstruction of justice, and conspiracy. Get him, Trump! Get him, Trump.
Thank you. John Nicholson.
John Nicholson, 413 North Granbury Avenue. One, I'm shocked to see all of you here. I know you were here last time, but there was a big thing with Deneen. But generally, when I came over here to speak to you all, there was only one, the person that was conducting the meeting. No one else showed up. The same thing happened when we did the same thing in Daytona Beach, when Jim had no public comments at all in our meetings. He would have one representative show up prior to the meeting. You were given 2.5 minutes, and the clerk handled it. No one showed up for the first 3 meetings. Then Kelly showed up, then Pat showed up, and eventually. So I'm happy that you all are here. I think it shows a great deal of respect for the citizens that more than one is here at the meeting. Several things. One, I spoke last time about the 4 stars. We are getting a number of hotels. It is important to us that we get it rolling, and a lot of the stuff needs to be done prior to these buildings opening up. The Russians are now on the 28th floor. They only have 4 more floors to go in the first building, and then their third building starts. So I'm asking you to look at all of your properties and upgrade them. I'm going to hit the city very hard with the landscaping on A1A, that every building match the landscaping that was on their permit. If they are not matching it, then they're fined. All right, so I'm asking you to come up a little bit with that. In addition to that, we're having a problem with the homeless, and you guys are helping us to some degree, but you could do more. Your bathrooms were a problem for a while there, and they come immediately right back. They leave at night and they come back in the morning. I'm asking you to consider a signage or a law that would require that the area around the bathrooms be for the purposes of the bathroom only. You cannot sunbathe there, you cannot sit there, you cannot wash your laundry, all of those kind of things that we have a list of, that you all match us, that they can't just sit at the bathrooms. You go there for a reason. That's why they were built, for a reason. So if we can get them from standing there all day, I think the tourists that we have feel comfortable, and the residents that use them when they go to and from the beach will feel more comfortable. There's a bridge in Daytona Beach. Apparently nobody knows who owns it, so nobody's going to repair it. We have a lot going on in LPGA. We have Mosaic, we've got Margaritaville, we've got God knows how much going on in Tangier Outlet Mall. So I'm asking you to find out who owns it. I don't care if you have to give it away or whatever. Just get it fixed before all of this stuff builds out and everything comes to a standstill. The boardwalk, you're going to talk about that. It's $3.4 million or whatever. I was not happy with Pat Northey when she did the trails, all right? Echo was supposed to be for everybody. I'm sorry. Have a good day.
Thank you, John. I don't believe we have any more cards, so we will close the portion of this meeting, adjourn it, and see you back here at 10. And just as a side note, I think since we adjusted the start time to 9:30, most meetings, the majority of us have been here. We all have made an effort. There have been a few exceptions when I've not been able to make it on time or one of the other ones, and usually people would let us know. We feel it is important to listen to people, and that's why we all show up, I would say 90-something% of the time. So thank you. Have a great day.
Mr. Chair.
No, Joyce, Councilwoman Cusack first.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to say that this public participation in the morning had been instituted, I guess, by Frank Bruno when he was chairman. He wanted to have dialogue with the citizens at that time. Right. And so that was the reason why our meetings would start at a different time. He would meet with citizens, and then if the other members of the council wanted to be engaged and be a part of that, or not just listen from the outside, they could be a part of the meeting. But it was a meeting that he had with the constituents. That was why that happened that way. Okay. And then it has revolved so that now everyone seems to be more engaged and more involved. But it was not a thing that was started by the council in total. It was the chairman that wanted to have that dialogue.
Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, just a sidebar comment. I think it would behoove us to welcome Councilman-elect Ben Johnson that's in the audience. Just going to give a shout out. Councilman-elect Mr. Johnson, yep. Welcome to the dais. Yep.
And with that, we will adjourn. Are we live? We're live now. Good morning. We'll be starting in less than 1 minute, so thank you all for being here. I'll be back in about 18 seconds or less. It was 18 seconds or less, a whole lot less than 18 seconds. And welcome to the September 4th County Council meeting. Glad that you're all here. Appreciate you coming out. This time we'll call the meeting to order and have the invocation, which will be given by Eric Stitz, who's the senior pastor of First Baptist Church Daytona, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance. I'm going to ask the council if you'll stand with me. Any of those who would like, welcome to.
Amen. Thank you. And from First Baptist, we want to tell you thank you for serving our community. And we want all of you to know we're here to serve our community along with you. So how we can help you in the days to come, allow us, because we want to serve our community well. Let's pray together. Lord God, thank you this moment that we can just pause and stop. And Lord, we can acknowledge you as the great I am. Lord God, that we can acknowledge that you are the creator of all things. And Lord, this day I pray a prayer of blessing over Lucid County. Lord, I pray over our meeting today that the Holy Spirit of God will lead it and guide it. Lord, I pray for our leaders in our county today. God, give them wisdom. Give them direction. Give them clarity in every decision that they're going to make this day. Lord, we pray for the students that are in class all across this county. Lord, we pray that this day will be a great day of learning for them and safety upon each one of them. But Lord, my heart's desire and prayer is for Volusia County to love you and serve you each and every day. Because Jesus, you came to serve us. And Lord, I pray that we will serve our county in a way that will honor you and make much of the name of Jesus. In Christ's name, amen. Of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
I just want to announce that this is my pastor.
Barbara, may we have the roll call, please?
Yes. Mr. Patterson? Here. Ms. Post?
Here.
Ms. Wheeler? Ms. Cusack? Ms. Denny's?
Here.
Dr. Lowry?
Here.
And Mr. Kelly?
Here.
All are present.
Thank you. At this time, we'll go, does anyone have any comments on the consent agenda? Hearing none, do I hear a motion for the approval of the consent agenda?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion made by Wheeler, seconded by Patterson. Any objection to the motion?
Just
Here-
comment, Mr. Chair?
Sure.
Just-
Hearing none, the motion passes unanimous.
Yes, thank you. Just a comment on item M. Mr. Rechtenwald, we talked about this. We're just now getting the July 24th County Council meetings. We are a couple of meetings behind. I'm not sure why this is happening. Can you make sure we are up to date at the next meeting with the council minutes and they are posted?
Yep, we're getting the information, and we're just about caught up. The one thing that threw us off a little bit was the workshop, which, but we're back up to, yeah, so August 7th is done, and so we should be caught up by the next meeting.
Okay. All right, with that, we'll now move to item number 2, and this is a public hearing. And I'm guessing I knew
Good
Tad
morning.
was here somewhere.
Tad Gaisbeer, County Engineer. Presenting a vacation over in the Edgewater area. Down in the southeast quadrant, Waterways Park, Section 3. This is a drainage easement between two lots, 15-foot wide, as shown in the exhibit. They're asking to have this vacated. We've vacated similar ones in this subdivision previously. There are no objections from the neighbors or from Road and Bridge, and we recommend approval of the vacation.
I have no one wishing to speak. We'll close the public hearing portion. Ms. Denny's.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And this does not impact our drainage, does it at all?
Correct. These drainage easements were put in place and then never actually utilized.
Okay, they've never been utilized, okay. Up until now, the 100-year plan, but that's another conversation. With that, I move approval of the vacation of the portion of the plat of Waterway Park, Section 3, Map Book 19, page 279.
Second by Wheeler. Motion made by Denny, second by Wheeler. Any objection to the motion? Hearing no objection, the motion passes unanimous. Thank you, Tad. We'll move to item 3. Mr. Moats.
Mr. Chair, Mr. Moats just informed me that the representative from Brown & Brown got held up. He'll be here shortly, but we could, if you wanted to, skip over this item until they got here, that's fine, or we could go ahead and give the staff report.
He might be stuck on 92 with the palm trees being removed from the road. They dropped about 6 big giant palm trees in the middle of the road at Tomoka Farms Road. So I just avoided them by like 3 seconds. What's the council's pleasure?
I say we wait.
Let's go ahead and vote. Okay. Is there a motion to approve item 3, the renewal of workers' compensation and liability policy?
Mr. Chair, I move approval of the renewal of workers' compensation and liability policies.
Is there a second? Second, Wheeler. Motion made by Patterson, second by Wheeler. Any objection to the motion? Hearing no objection, the motion passes unanimous. We'll move to item 4.
I have a question on that, Mr.
Oh, sure.
Mr. Moats? I'm just curious, this specific part I understand, but in general, the insurance goes out to bid, correct?
Yes. Yeah, we use Brown & Brown's our broker. They went out to bid. We're renewing 16 liability policy and a workers' compensation. We've changed our workers' comp carrier this year. We went from a B double plus rating to an A rating and a 4.77% reduction in the premium on it this year.
When's the last time it went out to bid?
I believe Charles, Charles can answer this a little better. He deals with Brown & Brown just specifically on a day-to-day basis.
Good morning.
Charles Spencer, I'm the risk manager for the county.
Good morning.
Good morning. We bid for broker services. We don't bid for.
Could you speak in?
We bid for broker services. We don't bid for the actual insurance policies. So we have a broker of record. Then the broker of record goes out and places the business. They look at multiple carriers and making the decision to recommend the certain carriers that we provide. That went out to bid for the broker services around 2 years ago, I believe.
Okay, but the initial through Brown & Brown doesn't go out to bid?
That is the part that goes, yes, that goes out to bid. The broker of record does go out. It's sort of like a general contractor, and then who has the specialties, they do their own sub-bidding. And that's kind of, in the case here, Brown & Brown, that does go out to bid. It's probably a 3 with a couple of renewals, I'd have to check. And then they go on out and shop the services amongst the carriers.
Right, I was just wondering about the initial.
Yeah,
Okay.
it does go out.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Okay. Dan, you okay? Okay. We'll move to item 4. Presentation and selection of state lobbying services. John Booker, you're up front.
Yeah, as John comes up to start this off, just want to remind everyone a little on that when this went out to bid for services, request for services, John had set it up a little bit differently than we've had in the past, and that the folks could put in a proposal for either like the policy side of the legislature or the appropriation side, or they could go ahead and do both. So in this case, both of them, your remaining candidates here, I think, had agreed to work on in both areas. So
Okay.
just wanted
Morning,
to set
Council.
that up.
John Booker, Government Affairs. As George said, we had an RSQ out for state lobbying services. We had 5 original respondents. You all whittled that down to 2 top firms in the state of Florida. You all have a very difficult choice ahead of you. So with that, if Janine has anything to add as far as the process, Janine Jennings will share.
Good morning, Janine Jennings, Director of Purchasing and Contracts. We met previous to coming up here this morning and with both respondents, and we drew the order, and Southern Strategies will be going first. Gray Robinson will be going second. They will have a 10-minute presentation. After each presentation, you can ask questions, and then we will bring them in, and I will ask for a vote following both presentations.
Okay, thanks. And just a reminder, let's try to give them their 10 minutes without asking questions during that time. If you have questions, do those at the end, right? Okay.
First
And-
up, Southern Strategies.
You mean at the end of the presentation?
After they finish presenting, then we will ask them questions as
Okay.
opposed to stopping them and interrupting them.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the council. My name is Paul Bradshaw. I'm the founder of Southern Strategy Group. Southern Strategy Group, for almost 20 years now, has had the privilege of representing some of the best clients in Florida and around the nation in Tallahassee. Over that time, we've grown. We have 5 offices now in Florida, which gives us the ability to not only represent you in Tallahassee, but cover your interests around the state, including legislative delegations that may be in other areas. We have offices. The mothership is in Tallahassee. We're also in Jacksonville, Orlando. Oscar Anderson is here today from our Orlando office, Tampa, and Miami-Dade. We've had the privilege of representing some of the best organizations in Florida and around the nation, including companies like Apple, Florida Blue, Disney. And it isn't just the quality of those clients, but I think the duration of those relationships that might be relevant for your consideration today. Those companies that I just mentioned, we've all represented for more than a decade. Many of our clients are on a month-to-month contract with us, and so every month we have to go out and earn it with our clients. And so we do that really based on 3 principles. We are client-focused. It is not our job to come up with your agenda and try to advance that in Tallahassee. It is our job to sit down with you and listen to your agenda, make sure we fully understand it, and then advance it there. And we've been able to do that, I think, with a very successful ratio of wins to loss in Tallahassee. We also foster a culture of zealous advocacy within our lobbying firm. Our firm is focused on winning. It is what we enjoy doing, and we do it to almost an obsessive degree. So we have a sense of urgency in advancing your agenda. If you text us or you email us, you're going to get a response quickly, and we pride ourselves on our responsiveness. And sort of the third leg of the stool in the business model for our firm is drawing the best and brightest from government and the political world in order to build our team. We have about 26 lobbyists now in Florida. The vast majority of those are drawn from state government and sometimes regional and local government. And as a result of that, they understand the policies, the procedures, the personalities of government. And then we take those people and we try to turn them into effective advocates. We've had a great deal of success doing that. And I don't think anybody better exemplifies that than the person who's going to speak after me. Rachel Cohn is the managing partner of our Tallahassee office. She served at the Department of Environmental Protection. She was Rick Scott's Deputy Chief of Staff. She was also Interim Secretary at the Florida Department of Transportation. So with that, Rachel.
Thank you, Paul. As Paul mentioned, our business model is to bring in the best and brightest in state government. In the Tallahassee office, we have 14 lobbyists. Among those lobbyists, we have the former Attorney General, former Deputy Chief of Staff, and former Chief of Staff for governors. We have former Chiefs of Staff for the Agency for Healthcare Administration, Department of Financial Services, Office of Insurance Regulation. We have a former Chief Cabinet Aide for a governor, former Legislative Staff Director for Education Appropriations, and a former Budget Director for 2 governors, to name a few. In all my years of working in government, never have I been more proud to be part of a team. No other firm can compete with our ability to navigate both the executive and the legislative branches of government. Our knowledge of the process, relationships with both staff and elected and appointed officials, as well as our methodical approach to winning during session, is unmatched. No other firm can compete with the depth of our resume, but also our rate of success. So with our experience and our commitment to success, we feel like we can add significant value to the county and your goals. Volusia County has a lot of exciting things going for it, and it has been the beneficiary of a strong and growing economy in the last 8 years. From a booming tourism industry, an unprecedented amount of housing development in the area, and a strategic focus on manufacturing and logistics in the region. With all of this, there's no part of that that doesn't touch Tallahassee. And I think a combination of what you all have going and our skill set could only propel you further and faster in the future. With that, on behalf of our firm, we'd be honored to represent you and be part of your team in Tallahassee. And I'm going to turn it over to Jerry McDaniel, who will talk to you more about our successes in Tallahassee. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Jerry McDaniel. I did spend my career in state government, as Paul alluded to, the type of folks we hire. I spent 37 years in state government, and the last 5 I've been with Southern Strategy Group. We represent a wide variety of local government interests, so we can very much appreciate what type of agenda that your county may have due to our representation. One of the things I do as part of our firm is to track our success rate. Over the last several years, our firm has had a success rate of 80% across all policy and budget items. And in 2018, we collectively pushed through $250 million of appropriations. We very much represent a lot of entities here in Volusia County, and by virtue of that, we have good, close relationships with the entire Volusia County delegation, which will help push through the state agenda. I'd like to turn it over now to Oscar Anderson from our Orlando office.
Good morning. Oscar Anderson, founding partner of the Central Florida office for Southern Strategy Group. Born and raised here in Central Florida. My grandfather was a citrus grower back when money really didn't grow on trees around here. It doesn't anymore. And I went to school just up a mile away here at Stetson University for 4 years. So I spent a lot of time here in DeLand. As you've heard, I think our qualifications are sort of unmatched from government experience. I was Orange County in-house lobbyist under Mel Martinez. Went to HUD with him, worked at DC with him, chief of staff up there, and then was chief of staff of a state agency here in Florida after that. I will be your local contact. I live just right down the road. I go to Tallahassee every week during committee week, and a lot of times in the off season, and then during the legislative session, I'm up there every week. So I will be the person you see. I do commend you on getting started in this process early. We need to start having conversations with the deputy chiefs, the deputy county managers, and folks soon to get the legislative agenda started. I don't know if we've actually started or not, but you probably need to go on it because it's going to hit us fast. So with that, I'd like to introduce David Browning, who will be the lead on the contract.
Hi. Thank you all very much for having us. My name is David Browning. I did not spend any time in government. I was a political fundraiser for 10 years. And from that, actually came out and joined Southern Strategy. And I joined Southern Strategy because I knew I had a lot of contacts and knew a lot of people, but I also knew that they had the broadest base of advocates around that could help me become a good lobbyist. And I've been there for 6 years. We do a lot of work in this area. So this area is very, very personal to us. I've worked on the Williamson Road project. The first time it got vetoed, then getting it through the jobs growth grant process through the governor. So a lot of the successes that Volusia County has had, we've played a role in behind the scenes. If it was working with, Jerry and your engineering staff that was there back in those days and so forth. And so we built a great, I think, a line of communication with the staff, and everything was there while we're working on those projects. And I think that's what makes us different than anybody else. Our goal here would be for you to see a team, to see a large team, advocating on your behalf on a lot of different topics. Not one, not two, not three people, but you would get to know a lot of our team. Patterson, you've known Clark Smith and Mercer Farrington that are part of our team, and getting the ability to bring them in. And what we do different than anybody else is that if we need to bring in 5 or 6 people to make something happen that have got those relationships or that expertise, we're going to bring them in. Our job is to be a facilitator between your staff and y'all and what it is that you're doing in the delegation of how we're going to achieve the goals for Volusia County. And if that means, working with, if it's Paul Renner or Tom Leake or Dorothy Huckel or David Simmons or whatever it is, then taking that, though, and going out and getting the support of a Travis Cummings or any other legislator it is, we're going to be the people that are organizing all that and coordinating that, and hopefully being on the front of it, not on the back end. You should never have any surprises. You should know exactly what we're doing in accountability is to, hey, here's where we're at, here's our agenda, here's how we're going to do it. Now, we may not always be successful, but you'll always be able to look back at it and say, you know what, I know what they were doing, I know what the goal was, I know what the plan was, and we executed it to the best of our abilities. And that is why a large team like ours that has reach into a lot of different areas of the state of Florida, our Miami office will become very, very important to you at a time that you may not realize it. Whenever we've got to have that relationship with those delegation members down there, that's hard to cultivate as much if you're in Orlando or if you're in Tallahassee. It just is. It's a big state. It's hard to be everywhere. But having all those offices and be able to pull all that team together, coordinating with your delegation and coordinating with your staff, coordinating with y'all and being accountable will ensure that we are successful. And I'll tell you this, there's not a more exciting area to represent than Volusia County right now. With everything that's going on in Embry-Riddle and Daytona State and One Daytona and everything that's going on at LPGA, it's an amazing time. And it'd be a great honor to represent y'all, and I feel like we'd be heavily, heavily invested in it.
Right.
Thank you.
Thank you. Council? Any questions? Ms. Denny's.
Good morning. I'll go first. This is one of those situations. It's not just what you know, it's who you know. So you have a very deep bench, obviously, with that. Couple things. If you could have a discussion with us about this. You talked about relationships with legislators. Obviously, but sometimes our stall is with agencies. It's within agencies. It is agencies, and I'm going to use FEMA as an example. We have an agenda item this council will be discussing here shortly on reimbursements or the lack of, and we are told either it's held up at the federal level, but no, the feds tell us, no, it's sitting at the state level. The state hasn't released it, and we go round and round, and all politics and government is local, and this is about as local as you can get, especially when we have an event such as hurricanes that devastate not just a county, our cities too. So I'd like somebody to answer that. So let's talk about FEMA. If you were our lobbyist, how would you navigate this issue? I'll leave it there. This issue. Thank
I'll
you.
take a stab at it, and then if anybody else wants to jump in. You're right. It is also about who you know in government, and because a lot of us served in government, we have relationships still within government. And when an administration changes over, a lot of those people, maybe they don't stay in the same place, but they move around. And with your specific issue of FEMA, it's not unlike what other communities are struggling with as well. We had a meeting with the Division of Emergency Management a couple of weeks ago, and we talked about this specific issue and it being a problem. So we would take your issue and we would work it at the staff level at Division of Emergency Management with Director Wes Mall, who I used to work with in the governor's office, and then his team as well. So, obviously that relationship and that issue would vary agency by agency, but across the board, I feel pretty confident that our team would be able to handle it.
And that leads to the other thing across the board. It's going to be across the aisle too, because we have no idea. One thing we know, we will have a new governor. We know the political landscape in Tallahassee is going to change come January 1. It is. What that looks like, we're not sure, but we know that that's a fact. So you mentioned your work with Miami, that it will help us? Please explain that one to me, because I got to tell you, right now I
Right.
vice chair the Indian River Lagoon Council, and our competition is South
No,
Florida.
no. What I meant by that
Ugh.
is that by having an office in Miami, we have 3 people there that are in Miami, and that they are entrenched in that delegation, and they know those members. And at a time in which, we may be passing some form of legislation that the chairman is from there, having them engage and bringing them into and helping us with that. It's not the city of Miami, it's our office. What I'm saying is that as having, what we have found is that having strong offices in all these different communities builds a closer connection to that delegation than you can from Tallahassee. And that becomes a great benefit to our clients. And that's what I was trying to say on that.
I understand, because it is a competition for the funding dollars that are out there, and then even when we have them in the budget and appropriations, we have an event that happens and changes the whole line item budgets, and and that's just the reality
It is.
of a legislative session. So, well, I want to thank you for answering my questions, and we'll see where we go. Thank you so much.
Ms. Cusack?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for being here. Maybe it's not evident that I was a part of that Tallahassee group as a legislator for 8 years. So I want to know, on your team, what is the diversity as far as working with both sides of the aisle in your lobbying efforts? Can somebody talk to me about that? How good are you at crossing? I know that you're pretty strong from one side. I want to know, how are you on the other side as far as getting, because you don't know who your governor's going to be.
We don't know, that's correct. I guess we'll find out in November.
And I
Oscar
hope
Anderson.
you don't. I hope I know.
Here in the Central Florida office, the person that opened the Central Florida office with me is a woman named Kelly Cohen, who was Buddy Dyer's fundraiser when he ran for Attorney General. She handles a lot of sort of the Democratic side of the aisle issues. As you know, Central Florida, especially Orange County, is much more diverse than it ever has been.
That's right.
And it's to our benefit, at least in the Central Florida office, because, well, for local issues, they don't really get partisan, but when you get up in Tallahassee, they can get partisan. And she has a...
They can? You think?
Overstating the obvious. But she has a tremendous ability to help us reach out to those folks. But I got to tell you, I mean, I say that about local government. There are a lot of issues in state government that aren't partisan. And I can
Most
tell
of them are not.
Everybody here, I mean, Jerry McDaniel in the budget office for 2 different governors has worked across the aisle with everyone. And so I think that's part of our advantage of having so many longtime government folks, is you learn how to do that in a way that's not offensive and helps everyone and gets you to your end result. So.
Thank you for that, because I think that it's important that we understand how important it is to us here in Volusia County, as we look at appropriations, that you have relationships that are part of our legislative delegation, and not necessarily our delegation, but you have friends in the legislature. So are you in tune to the appropriation side as it relates to when we are making up the budget, and how you're moving the funds? And who can talk to me about your abilities to be engaged? See, I don't want like surprises as at the 11th hour. You know how that happened. I want to know that there's someone watching the pot while we are in Volusia County. Tell me, how would you manage and work with that?
Well, my background is specifically that. I was the budget director for Charlie Crist, and I was the budget director for Rick Scott. And in that role, you develop the governor's budget and you help push it through the legislature. But in so doing also, I work closely with the House and Senate appropriation staff, so I know all of those folks. And certainly we make it a point, of course, to know and understand who are appointed chairs and members of the appropriations committees. So I've spent a good deal of my career, the last 7 years of my 37 years in government, I was dead in the middle of the appropriations process. And that goes from working with state agencies to develop their legislative budget requests, because agencies that are under the governor kind of rides herd on what they should ask for, even though the law says they should be independent. They're really not independent. The governor decides what they should ask for, and sometimes he wants to take credit for an appropriations item. Sometimes he wants partial credit. Sometimes he wants to stay away from it, even though the agency needs to ask for it. So, but I made it, I was right in the middle of it, and we also have in our Tampa office, because we're nothing but a big team, Seth McKeel, who was House Appropriations Chair while he was in the legislature. So we have, in my view, by a large measure, more expertise in appropriations and budget than any firm could possibly have. Again, I spent my time working with state agencies, developing their appropriations request, and then it was my responsibility to help forward and further the governor's recommended budget to the legislature. And then we would spend our time with the legislature pushing that through, as well as horse trading items that they may have wanted, that the governor may or may not want. And then, of course, I was in the middle of the veto process when the budget's finally passed, and you sit down with the governor at the mansion, weekend after weekend, going through item by item what the governor decides he wants to allow and what he doesn't, and you weigh it as to merit, and you weigh it as to politics. And then eventually a veto message comes out. So our firm, I believe, stands head and shoulders above any other firm in terms of appropriations knowledge, having been deep in the process every step of the way.
Thank you so much. That is just a critical piece, and thank you for your input here today. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Cusack. Dr. Lowry.
Thank you. Thank you for being here today. Appreciate your time. I just want to ask, I mean, Apple and Disney are fairly substantial organizations, and what assurances or whatever would we have that we won't get lost in obscurity when it comes to the pecking order in regard to us not quite being on that same level, and maybe kind of alongside that, what other groups do you represent that are kind of similar in scope or size to us?
Well, Apple and Disney are great to have as clients, and we've certainly enjoyed that relationship. But the vast majority of our clients, obviously, operate at a slightly different level. But the amount of effort we put behind any client isn't dependent on whatever their gross revenues are every year. Every client, we think, deserves the hardest push possible. And the beauty of having a team of 26 people is you don't have to trade favors within the team. We can deploy. If you're fighting a war in Tallahassee, we've got a small army to fight it. And so we have the ability to deploy that large team and give every client the representation they deserve. In terms of similarly situated clients, I think we represent 9 other counties now, about 24 cities. Those contracts have been renewed. They're happy with the representation. And they get the attention they deserve. It also aligns their interests typically with your interests. Typically, the agenda of one county, to a certain degree, is similar to the agenda of others. To respond to your question, though, briefly about the agencies, I want you to know that at least half the work we do is before executive branch agencies. We certainly work the legislative end hard, but day in and day out, we're in front of those agency heads, the chiefs of staff, the general counsels, working on that. So we have a great deal of familiarity. But I promise you, you would get the attention you deserve. And if you wanted to enter into one of those month-to-month contracts with us, we're confident that we're going to be delivering for you every month. And we hope to have a relationship with you that exceeds more than a decade, like these other clients.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Well, that was one of my questions, so I'm glad that you asked it, and I didn't, because I had this similar concern, or not really a concern, but a question. One other comment, the individual, when Ms. Cusack was asking about the diversity, and you addressed the fact that you worked for Charlie Crist, that certainly covers all the political realms, doesn't it? But,
Yeah.
I I wasn't gonna ask which year, but, it does show your political diversity. Ms. Wheeler?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, a lot of my questions have already been answered. The Indian River Lagoon, I'm also on that. And it seems like so much of the money goes south, you know, and we need that representation. More of my information here is comments. A lot of my district is beachside. And I want to know that I'm going to have someone that's going to represent the beach, the people, so the people will have access to the beach at all times, not today, not tomorrow, but forever. And I want to know that you all have a good awareness and not springing things on us at the last minute, that we're scampering around trying to fight for the rights of our citizens. I'm going to be real strong on that. And I do like the idea of a month-to-month contract because I want accountability. I don't want to see it at the last hour whenever, again, someone's scampering around. Those were the comments. I just had to make the comments. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Wheeler. Ms. Post?
So she actually brought up, and thank you for coming today, by the way, before I launch into this, but she actually brought up the subject of accountability. And obviously in your position, that would be extremely important to us because if we miss a session, we really miss a session. So can you talk a little bit about the level of communication and your relationship with us specifically throughout the year and throughout the legislative session, and what you would be doing for us in that way, and also how would you measure your level of success in terms of accountability?
So I would look at it, first off, that you would have a designated person that would be kind of the lead filter, if you will, because like we said, we've got Oscar that's sitting in Orlando, I'm sitting in Tallahassee. We're going to work together side by side, and then it will go from there. So I would assume that we would be in constant conversation with John. I mean, we should be communicating with him, once a week, if not. If just, what it ends up being and I know that Oscar and John have already got a relationship, but that it becomes a friendship kind of a thing of calling, hey, did you see this? What's going on here? That type is constant communication about what we're seeing and what we're hearing and vice versa, and keeping up with. The other thing is we're here a lot. I mean, we are physically in this community a lot. And so I think that, we would be here multiple times a month and also on the phone, multiple times a week. I think that's the start. And we start to build out an agenda. We would start to build out an agenda that deals with this next legislative session, because that is an easy thing to be accountable to, right? Here's what we're happening, here's what our goals are, and then at the end of the legislative session, here's what we achieve. That's pretty good. But at the same time, what we also know is there's all kinds of issues that pop up in between there. That could be a natural disaster. It could be, ramifications thereof. It could be any other type of issue that comes up in the interim. It could be getting things on the DOT work plan and making sure we're getting stuff funded and working that, and how are we going to take something that was 8 years and make it 5 years, which is issues that are needed right now, right?
I'm sorry, could you say that again?
Yeah.
Take something that was
take
8,
something
make it 5.
right, and try and
Can you just repeat that?
So yeah, right. I understand. Look, you're in a unique position because you've got so much growth, you've got so much happening that you've got to be able to keep the infrastructure and everything up following it, and we get that, and it's an exciting time. Because if you do it right, you're capturing something that's never been captured in this community before. But if you miss it, and the economy goes back down and you missed it, you may miss it for the next 4 to 6 years. Who knows? All I know is you've got, while it's selling, you got to be selling her. You know what I mean? I mean, you've got to. And so I think that having a Rachel Cohn at DOT and the experience of that, having been the interim director or interim secretary, and being able to know how we push these things and be able to work with experience. John's got district experience and experience with DOT, and putting that together. There is so much that we can all do by just working together on that alone. That directly benefits the community is something you see, And then the other thing, of course, the other thing that this community has is that you have a lot of people that participate in the political process for a medium-sized community. If it's big companies like Brown & Brown or International Speedway Corp or whatever it is, that are statewide players, and leveraging that and pushing that, then getting them all on the same page to help, forward the agenda of the county is very, very important. and can be absolutely, it can be that person that helps you get into that door because they can pick up the phone and call somebody at that last minute of that appropriations being decided or whatever. It's understanding how to harness that and put that to work for the county, I think is something that really could be used, and I think something that would benefit Volusia that maybe you haven't harnessed as in the past.
Thank you.
Well, any other questions? I guess a lot of the questions were covered that each of us probably had and concerns. Rachel, you touched on something that was important on the FEMA issue. I met with Wes as well after talking with the governor on the FEMA, and we realized, don't really like it, but the backup that is there with the administrative policy, and we know the changes that were there. It's not nice, but Wes did everything he could working with us to move things forward. In fact, that day he gave us a timeline of when we would get some funds, and I think, Donna, we got it pretty much within that, didn't we? Close. So.
Well.
On that first part.
Not quite.
Excuse me.
But we
I'm
did
not
get
gonna,
some.
That's enough. I'm just kidding. But no, they do work, and we appreciate the work that you have. If you would like to take 1 minute, either one of you, and do a closing sales pitch, that's what you're doing.
So the one thing that we know is that we don't know. What I mean by that is that we're going into an election cycle, that we don't know who the next governor is going to be. We don't know if the Senate is going to remain Republican or not. And you know what? What's most important for Volusia County is to be with a firm that can best represent you moving forward. And that whatever that is, right? That can deal and that contemplates what's going to happen in the state of Florida. And goodness gracious, you can't predict it, but is prepared for it. And I think that's what we do. I think that we are absolutely prepared to lead and work with Volusia County into the next administration. And that means the changes that are going to happen at the executive branch as well, right? Because Wes is, you build a good relationship with that person. As soon as you do it, boom, they're out and the next one's in. And I feel like as a firm, we're always growing, we're always adapting, we're always changing, and we're always striving. We're striving to build relationships to represent our clients and to communicate. And I think that is something that and that's why, honestly, 5 or 6 of us got up this morning at 4:30 in the morning and drove down here. And that is because we want to represent as a team, a full body. And I'll tell you this, we do have interest in this community. And I don't want to look at our friends, from the Brown and Brown guys or whatever it is, and fail this community. Because there's a lot of people that would be upset with us. And so we would like the opportunity to work for Volusia County and succeed with Volusia County and build a team that's second to none.
Okay. Thank you very much. I'm sure it was difficult after staying up watching my Seminoles get beat last night to make that drive.
The good thing is the game,
anyway.
As a Seminole, it was over in about 45 minutes.
Yeah.
So go to bed.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks very much.
In case council doesn't know, Jeff is trying to get one of the representatives on the phone, so we'll maybe he's going to tell me. He said he was going to tell me, but there he goes.
Welcome to the conference bridge. Please enter the conference PIN and confirm your entry by pushing the pound key. To delete your entry. Your PIN does not match a conference. Please try again.
There goes minus 2 points.
Please. For instructions at any time, push star, then star.
That was pound, not star.
Hello?
Hello? I heard somebody.
Dean?
Can you
Oh,
hear
yes,
us?
Dean Cannon here.
Dean, you got Dean, is this Dean?
This is Dean.
Okay.
John Booker, Government Affairs. You've heard from Southern Strategies, and Gray Robinson is up. Mr. Gray, Chris Carmody, and Robert Stewart, and Dean Cannon on speakerphone, Skype. So,
Okay.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the County Council. It's a privilege to be here today. As a Volusia County resident for almost 50 years, I have been involved in a number of things that are important to Volusia County and important to us. Sandra and I have been involved in so many things, and we have been enjoying the reputation of Volusia County in the state of Florida, because Volusia County has been a leader in so many ways with your Volusia Forever and the things that are important to us, and that's the environment. In 1969, Sandra and I purchased Gemini Springs, and we moved to Volusia County. So we've been here for, matter of fact, longer than my law firm. I formed the law firm in 1970. So our priorities are established as to where our heart is. We have a law firm now that is much bigger than I ever expected, but we've got over 300 lawyers, and we have over 20 lobbyists that we work in Tallahassee. We've got lobbyists that are from Orlando, Orange County, from Miami, from Tampa, but most of our lobbyists are in Tallahassee. And we're pretty well recognized as one of the strongest lobbyist firms in the state of Florida. We've been privileged to represent Volusia County for, I think, 5, maybe even 6 years. I don't have the exact number, but it's been a pleasure and a privilege for us to do that. We are looking forward to working and helping Volusia County in the future, and hope that you will feel the same way. I'd like to introduce Robert Stewart at this time, who will talk to you for a few minutes, but appreciate your attention in helping us make a presentation here. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gray. Good morning, Chairman and Council. It's tough to follow your boss, but I'm going to do my best here to do that today. Thank you for the opportunity to be with you today, and more importantly, thank you for the privilege of carrying your message to Tallahassee for the last several years. It has been a true honor to be your advocates, to be your messengers to the halls of Tallahassee. The relationship started when Fred Lenhart, our former boss, was still with us. Being a born and raised Daytona Beach resident, it was always the highlight of his practice to get to carry the message of Volusia County to Tallahassee as part of his lobbying practice, and we've been honored to work alongside him when he was still with us, and now to carry that message forward in his absence. And so thank you for the privilege. You see before you the core team that we would propose. Many of those are friendly faces or familiar faces to you. Some are new, but that is the core team that we would propose in continuing to represent Volusia County. Myself, I have the privilege of continuing to serve as kind of the day-to-day point of contact, along with Chris Carmody, Speaker Cannon, who you'll hear from in just a moment, and Mr. Gray. And then on the bottom there, you see Chris Dawson, Katie Fleury, who you've met before, and 2 other faces that hopefully you'll recognize: Tim Serio, who would help us on the executive side only. Tim's a former Governor's General Counsel, serves on the BOG, served on the CRC, and Kim McDougall, who was a former Governor's Chief of Staff before joining our firm a couple of years ago. And with that, I'll hand it over to Chris Carmody to introduce himself, and then we'll come back with some specific items that we want to talk about in just a minute.
Thank you, Robert, and good morning, Council. I have the distinct pleasure, before I talk about some policy issues, I get the pleasure of introducing Speaker Cannon, who's on the phone. We've had the pleasure of having Dean back in the Gray Robinson team for over 2 years now. If you recall, he was with our firm. Then he had this idea, crazy idea, right, Councilwoman Cusack, to go join the legislature. He eventually became the Speaker, served with many of the members rising up in leadership in both the House and Senate, and we're proud to have him back. I jokingly refer to him as the silver bullet. If Robert, Charlie, or any of the other members can't get to someone in the legislature, the governor's office, I know Dean can, and we usually use him on your behalf. and other clients we have to make sure we're achieving success. So with that, I'm going to turn over to Dean to introduce himself real quickly.
Thank you, Chris. And Chairman, council members, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
First, I apologize for not being there in person this morning. I had a medical appointment in Tallahassee, which prevented me from being there. But as council members Cusack and Patterson will tell you, and as Chris mentioned, I've been well familiar with the legislative process for many years. What you may not know is that I actually got my start as a local government lawyer and lobbyist, working for Mr. Gray starting in the mid-1990s. And I like to say that local government lobbying is really in our law firm's DNA. I've been general counsel to a charter review commission. I've represented counties for years on everything from wastewater to legislative lobbying. And you also are familiar with our colleague, former Speaker Larry Creedle, who spent 8 years on the Marion County Commission before going to the legislature. One of the things that we bring to the table is an expertise in local government lobbying that transcends, I think, any other firm in the state. We represent, for example, our boss, Mayan Downs, represents Orlando Mayor's Buddy Dyer. We do work for Mayor Bob Buckhorn. We are used to working across the aisle in a bipartisan fashion, and we all know that in an upcoming election season, it's going to take, any firm will need to be well-versed and well-connected across the aisle, and we certainly are. We also have probably the broadest geographic footprint, I think, of any firm you're considering. We have 14 offices throughout Florida, but we're only in Florida. And our capacity to connect, whether it's in Miami or Jacksonville or Gainesville or any other region of the state, I think is superlative. One of the things that we do feel confident, no matter what happens at the cabinet races, is the connection with the incoming Speaker, Jose Oliva, and the incoming Senate President, Bill Galvano. They're two very dear friends of mine. I've served with them in the legislature, and one of the things that we work on is not only maintaining those close relationships with the incoming presiding officers, but the future leaders like Paul Renner. And that's something that I think is an extra strength that our firm brings to the table. I'm going to stop there and pitch it back to Chris, but it's an honor to appear before you. Again, apologies for appearing only by phone, but we're grateful to represent you and grateful to be considered to continue that this morning. Chris?
Thank you, Dean. We wanted to go over a couple policy successes. We won't read all of these, but one note I think it's important to say is in the era of term limits in Tallahassee, knowing your delegation and having those relationships is extremely important. It's always important to know the Speaker, the Senate President, the Governor, and the various chairs, and we take a lot of pride in knowing those folks. But in the era of term limits, where your legislative delegation is that much more impactful, you have to have those relationships. And we take a lot of pride in nurturing those relationships, having excellent relationships with both the members of the House and the Republican Democratic side and the members of the Senate that represent Volusia County. And some of these successes, we have to be completely honest and fair, are because of them and our relationships with them and working with them. So I would highlight a couple, and I want to look to the one where you see the sunshine emoji or whatever we would call that, the customary use. I love sports, and I use this analogy of big moments require folks to show up and play. And this was one of those. This was a major issue for Volusia County. I know it was important to y'all, it was important to your staff, it was important to your citizens. We successfully defeated the previous year. This year it came back. We read the tea leaves that it was going to become a priority of leadership in both chambers. That's something passed. So we obviously worked with your Senate delegation and your House delegation to make it such that, as you know now, Volusia was carved out of that specific statute. So while all the other counties and cities are having headaches across the state, us and St. Johns County also got the benefit of that carve-out the way we drafted it. We've enjoyed a benefit of saying we don't have to worry about that. We took a lot of pride in that, and it wasn't easy. There were 11th-hour deals. Sometimes people tried to cut Volusia County out of the deal, and we had to reinsert you back in the deal despite other efforts. And we're very excited about that success, and we look forward to having future policy successes. But to be clear, you need folks who understand the policy side and can work in that world, but you also need those relationships. And we talk a lot about working across the aisle. It was a Democratic member of the House that was running this bill, Katie Edwards, and a Republican member in the Senate. We work with both in helping draft the carve-out and helping fight to defend the carve-out when people were criticizing why does Volusia think they need to be special, so to speak. We gave them the history and explained why we believe we've went through the processes. So we took a lot of pride in that, and we believe firmly that delegation, representation, and relationships that we have played a big role in that. We look forward to leveraging that relationship and that policy resource in the future for you. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Robert to talk a little bit about some of our appropriation successes over the years.
Thank you, Chris, and we'll wrap this up, and we'd love to answer any questions that Mr. Chairman, you or the council may have. You see some of the appropriation successes we've had. There's a couple that I want to specifically highlight. Number one was the most latest successes with Williamson Road. That was really a partnership between the public sector and the private sector, Volusia and the private sector, to come to the governor, to come to the legislature and say, this is an important priority for us because Volusia cannot grow effectively without it. You saw success just in the last 12 months with legislative appropriation and then also the Economic Development Job Growth Grant Fund. Two more that I point out are ones where Gray Robinson takes a pretty specific approach to appropriations. We can get it through the legislature. We've had great success with that, both with Volusia and other clients, about $275 million last year for our clients statewide. But we view it as a year-round project. So when you look at the funding for the from the St. Johns River Water Management District and DEP for the $5.5 million for the water treatment plant, when you look at the $4.5 million for the St. Johns to the Sea Trail, that was one where we knew that Volusia had been ranked number one to receive that funding, and we knew there was an effort underway to stop Volusia County from being ranked number one. And that was not during the legislative session, but we jumped into action to make sure that was protected and those funds were secure. And then lastly, I'll end with and open up to questions, sort of the why Gray Robinson, and Speaker Cannon mentioned this. Representing local government, working with local government is really in our DNA, and it's been an honor and a privilege to represent this county, and we hope to continue that into the future. Mr. Chairman, thank you so much, and it's been an honor to be here.
Thank you, Robert. Council, I think possibly we may have less questions of you than we did the other firms, since we had the experience, and several of our members have actually worked in the legislature for a total of 16 years, so they're familiar with the process. But Ms. Post.
So, Mr. Stewart, we've had the pleasure of working with your agency, obviously, on many levels, but can you speak to, from here forward, in terms of your level of communication with the county and with Mr. Booker, and really what you're looking at from here forward?
Yeah, that's a great question, and let me start by complimenting your staff and the great job that they do on your behalf in Tallahassee. Mr. Booker has been a wonderful addition and somebody who I've been privileged to work with. I think, John, on your first or second day on the job, you were in Tallahassee, and we got together that very first day to start talking about not just that particular session, but what the priorities are going forward. Like with any client, new or existing, what we want to do is be sure that we're in constant communication with the appropriate folks at the county to be pushing your legislative agenda, helping you come up with what that agenda might look like, helping advocate for it in the beginning stages, and of course pushing it over the finish line in Tallahassee, and at all times providing good counsel back to the staff and to you about what's in the realm of the possible, what are the items that we think have the most amount of traction in any given year, and be able to push those. But certainly, Councilwoman, our communication, we hope the communication that we've had with the county to date speaks for itself, but that communication is we think, ongoing. John and I speak regularly already, multiple times a week, and email regularly, and I expect that only to continue and grow.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Patterson.
I think my biggest frustration along the way has been with the Sunrail, not with you guys, but with the Sunrail Commission, trying to get 3 simple little amendments to be heard in the there. We do have a motion that I passed at a previous last meeting, not currently, but we come to find out that we don't have a response back from the Secretary of Transportation. I think everything's on hold right now. I know John Booker and I have been a little frustrated with all that's going on there, but that's a big issue for my side of the county here, is where, Sunrail coming into the land is a big issue, and I think we need it, because it's going to be very expensive for us if we don't get it, because we're going to end up paying for something that we don't get. That's right. So.
Not sure if it needs an answer, but I'm going to jump in on that, Councilman. As you know, you and I have had several conversations on that issue, and everything you've stated is correct, and there's probably more that you've left unsaid. But it's critical to our region, that project, and it's obviously critical to Volusia County that it's funded properly, completed properly, and done properly so that you guys aren't left holding the bag. In our conversations, you and I'll continue to say what I've said before. Let us know how we put us to work on that. It won't be an easy task working with some of the partners in DOT with some of the complications on that issue, but it's too important to our region and certainly this county that it's done right. So we appreciate those comments.
But yeah, I think right now everything's on hold in Tallahassee, and that's why I'm thinking that, come November, when we know who's sitting up there, from my 10 years of experience up there, things do change quite dramatically, and I'm hoping that we can get this thing moving and get a new Secretary of Transportation. I'm sure that Secretary Dew is going to be moving on someplace else. So
I think Speaker Cannon is trying to answer. Right.
Yes, thanks, Councilman Patterson. As you and I recall, and Councilmember Cusack, we had to work very hard to overcome the obstacles in the Senate. I won't recall which senators for the benefit of this meeting, but we know what we dealt with to get that project approved in the first place. We've continued to work with local governments in and through the I-4 corridor to push through that. One person who is actually in the Tallahassee office with us now is former Chief of Staff to Governor Scott, Kim McDougal, who has served with both Republican and Democrat administrations. I think she first came to work under Governor Childs back in the day. And we are fully committed to both fulfilling the original vision of Sunrail and, as you say, no matter who the new governor is, pushing through with the DOT and, if necessary, the interplay with the local governments and even the feds, if necessary, to get that thing done.
thank you, Dean.
Ms. Wheeler.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would just like to ask you, we heard from the other group that they would be willing to go for a month-to-month, and I'm just wondering if Gray Robinson would be willing to do that, and that's mainly for accountability on a month-to-month basis.
Great question, Ms. Wheeler, and in many ways, our contracts already are month-to-month. We have a 30-day out in all of our contracts, and so we are very comfortable with whatever the structure is that this body approves. We feel very confident in our ability to carry that forward, and we're at the will of the board.
Okay, Ms. Dennis.
I'm going to pass to Councilwoman Cusack and follow her.
Thank you, Chair Lady Denny. I want you to know that it's always a pleasure to see you guys here. And I'm concerned about the Sunrail piece. It seems like we're having a hard time getting it moving down the road. And so I want to have some assurance that you are on that and that you will be committed to making that happen. I need that commitment. I'm not in favor of this month-to-month contract. I think that we need to seal a deal and make a deal. And that I think that a year's contract is a year's contract, however many years we want to do that contract. So I just want to make sure that we do what is in the best interest of Volusia County. And I think that I want you to be engaged with the appropriations piece. I think that there are some last-minute deals that went down before that did not work well for Volusia County. And I think that we have to make sure that you are committed to working as it relates to appropriations and things that would be really critical to this county. As we looked at that last-minute deal with the taxes and a PAGA study that you'd have to have in order to get that through, that we did not even know about that until the end of the day. And so that's important to us, that you're right there and engaged in being a part of the language that is put into this. So talk to me about how will we get our arms around that that we don't face, I know that they have last minute things, I know that. But
Okay.
we should not have to. A lot depended on
Councilmember
that.
Cusack.
Yes, Dean?
Sorry, it's hard to, I think there may be a faux delay. First of all, you're absolutely right. And as Speaker Creedle and I can tell you, sometimes it's those presiding officers that end up making those final bump issues and those last minute negotiations. One of the things that was a challenge I think we all faced this past session, or 2 sessions, was that Speaker Corcoran had a fairly, let's say, critical view of local government generally. And I think he front-end loaded a lot of things that we on the local government side viewed as onerous because of a philosophical, sort of visceral view. And I don't think anybody was going to change that. One of the positive things that we've cultivated, and again, that is a firm who's been representing local governments, since the 70s, is building those relationships in advance. And as you know, incoming Senate President Bill Galvano and incoming Speaker Jose Oliva, I think, don't share that same view that Speaker Corcoran had. One of the things that Larry Creedle and I have talked about is kind of advance inoculating a lot of these types of issues to avoid those last-minute surprises. And I know we have the relationships and the history and, frankly, the legal expertise to back up why those things need to not be decided against us, as sometimes has happened in the last couple of years.
Thank you. Thank you so much for speaking to that, Dean. It's important that we continue to have this type of dialogue so that we understand this process and how we can get our arms around this so better protect the interests of Volusia County. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Absolutely.
Ms. Dennis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And just to expand on what Councilwoman Cusack's comment specifically on OPAGA, it's not that we understand there's going to be the political posturing, and that chess game that goes up there. What's not acceptable is for us not to be notified of it. And that's where the vacuum in communication, very honestly, has been. And very honestly, that's why we're in an RFP. I mean, that's why we're here right now. So how many years have you been working with Volusia County now?
5.
5 years. So going forward, and I don't support a month-to-month either. You're right. There's a 30-day clause in every contract. I wouldn't do any major project, especially going into an Oculus legislative session and possibly rebalance for in the political agenda. I wouldn't support a 30-day. A contract is a contract, and we're either all in or we're all out for at least a year. But I'm going to go back to your presentation when you updated this council with the last legislative briefing. The PowerPoint wasn't accurate. It hadn't been updated since since when session was over. And a couple of us up here, after that, it's true. You can go back and check your PowerPoint. So I don't know what's going to happen today, but going forward, I want updated, accurate information and not, oh, by the way, and I find out from another source, and we go back and track it back and go, oh, yeah, so my question is, and why do we have somebody in Tallahassee when my sources are deeper and stronger and quicker, very genuinely, than somebody we're paying to represent us? That's an issue that may not be spoken by anybody else up here today, but that's why we're in the process we are. So, and I appreciate your help with a customary use. That was a big fight, and you fought that one valiantly. You did. that was worth winning, not just for Volusia County, but for all of Volusia, for all the state of Florida. But that's another whole discussion too. So let me ask you this: in your opinion, what issue that Volusia has put forward that we have not achieved? No, give me just one item on our list of priorities from the last session.
I'm going to invite Mr. Stewart up to help with that answer, because I also want to address a couple questions that If I could, real quickly, Mr. Chair and Councilwoman Denny's, on Sunrail, I just want to let you know, as Councilman Patterson would tell you, we reached out to him. We try to be proactive. It wasn't a, hey, where are you at this issue? We said, hey, a lot of stuff's happening. What can we do to be helpful, if anything, or at least keep us in the loop? That's important to us. I want to restate that, and it will continue to be important to us. And like most things we do here with the county, we try to be very proactive and not just wait for orders. That being said, to address the first issue you brought up about the OPAGA issue, which Robert can get in more in the weeds in the aftermath, I don't take solace, but it's worth noting that not the counties, not the other folks you're interviewing with today, none of them caught it. It was one of those deals, as Speaker Cannon mentioned, got cut behind closed doors, released, voted upon, and there it is. Shame on us for not asking you once we saw it, hey, do you guys have any referendums coming up? We were not aware of any. And it still rubs me wrong to this day that we didn't think to ask that question, because we don't want you to feel like you're getting secondhand information. We are aware of it. We also were not aware that you had a referendum, so we'll own it. I know Robert will own it, Charlie will own it, Dean will own it, everyone will own it, and that is fair. Regarding the issues, there's many things that I think Volusia County, like any city or county or other client or anyone in the state that goes for legislators, there's always stuff left on the table. For me, it's not so much one of the priorities, and I know Robert's going to jump in on that. It's more, this county has so much growth left. Other areas in our region are reaching capacity. Volusia's nowhere near capacity. There's so many opportunities here. And I think with the incoming leaders in the House and Senate, we're primed for budget success with Senator Hukel and Senator Simmons, especially in the Senate. And on policy success, customary use is not going away. We're safe now. It is absolutely going to be readdressed next year. And so I would say it's a priority we can cross a line through, except as soon as session starts, we're going to race that line and say we're going right back at it. And we've stayed in communication with the stakeholders on that particular issue, both in the governor's office, some of which will stay, some of whom won't, and certainly the legislators that are staying engaged, because it is coming back, especially given what's happened this summer. And we're going to fight, assuming we get the opportunity, fight like hell to make sure that Volusia County is still protected, whatever comes of that. Did you want to add anything on that?
Yeah, and thank you for your comments, Ms. Denny's. And I will, like Chris, I'll own the mistake of not alerting you of what had been of the deal that had been struck. Again, it was I think a sin of omission, if anything, not a sin of commission. We weren't aware of the depth and breadth of just how far along the county was as it relates to a pending referendum, and therefore, when it struck and we saw it in the bill, it wasn't something that rose to the awareness of letting you know. But again, that's a mistake that we own and that we apologize for. I hope that in the days immediately following that, when we did find out about it, I hope there's a reflection of just how quickly we worked to get Volusia County in front of OPAGA. In fact, I think you were the first county to be in contact with OPAGA about what that study was going to look like. OPAGA was still very much figuring out what it meant for them, because it's not something they had sought or asked for. So they were still figuring out their rulemaking at that same time. And we made sure through our relationships at that agency that you were the first in the door so that it could move as quickly as feasible. So again, it's our apologies, and I'm grateful that you brought it up, because it's something that we needed to address.
So let's go back to our priority list from last year. I'm putting you on the spot. So I'm gonna I'll pass that one. I don't want anybody to be uncomfortable. But going forward, we need better communication. And when you come to council, I need an updated PowerPoint. Things changed the last 2 days of session. Somebody's got to update that before you come to us.
And I will, Ms. Denny's, go back and look for what you're referring to, because we had written that after session in preparation for this, but I'll go check it. And I will address, if you don't mind,
Please.
The question of the priorities. Without the list specifically in front of me, there have been items on the priority list for the last several years that would have loosened the reins from Tallahassee on their control of local government.
Yeah.
Expansion of home rule versus just always having to protect it. Speaker Cannon spoke to this a minute ago, and it's spot on. We haven't had the opportunity in Tallahassee because of the political dynamics that were up there, particularly emanating from the House of Representatives, to fight for those. It's constantly been defense. My hope is that in the months ahead and in the years ahead, as leadership changes, that we'll be able to actually advance home rule strengthening for the government that's closest to and most responsive of the people. That's certainly my hope, but I know there's been items on the agenda every year that have spoken to that, and we've just never even gotten a chance to talk about them because we're constantly playing defense.
We understand, we're funding defense. You're playing it, we're funding. So this is, we're at the front lines here right now. So, and I understand the dynamics, and my concern is we're so far, we've chipped so far into home rule. I won't even tell you the 2 4-letter words when I was speaking to the governor, what I think home rule means, but it's an issue. It's a very, and I don't know how we recover from that, the counties and the cities, and what you're gonna see, what I think we're gonna see, we're already seeing it, is because they've chipped away at that, not you, but our legislature is going to create an adversarial relationship between our counties and our cities just to fund and keep the quality of life and services that we're continuing to do with across our budget. So there's very real impacts. There's very real impacts to what we're doing. So that's why we need whoever represents us to be out front and to keep us in the loop. So it's not a, oh, by the way, on an issue. But and thank you seriously for the customary use. That was a valiant fight, and that was worth it. And Volusia County thanks you for helping us get there. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. And if there are no more questions from council, if you'd like to, Robert, or either one of you take 60 seconds, 1 minute.
No, thank you, Chairman. And again, on behalf of Gray Robinson, it is an honor to be here today, regardless of the outcome, and it's an honor to represent you and to have had that opportunity. We hope to continue it. We think there are bright times ahead, and one of the things that has been a real honor for me, and this is true of all the clients that we represent, but it's felt especially true here, is that in addition to advocating for particular priorities or particular messages, we view our role on behalf of our clients of raising their profile in Tallahassee to a place where you're considered a thought leader and a content leader on matters of local government, particularly for Volusia County. Over the last 5 years, I think we've done that. When we first got started representing Volusia County, my guess is we wouldn't have gotten a phone call about customary use. What do you think? Now, today, we had commitments from the House sponsor, the Senate sponsor, and the chair of the Senate Rules Committee where the bill had to go through, that they weren't moving that bill until Dan Eckert was satisfied because of the relationships that we've been able to create with our delegation, fighting for the things that they know you want, and putting you in the best position to have success. And so with that, it is really a pleasure to be here. Thank you for your service. Thank you for the time you've spent talking about this important contract, and we hope to keep working for you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Robert. Janine.
Dean, you still there? No?
Sorry, yes, Dean here. I'm here.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much for the chance to appear by phone, guys.
Okay.
We're bringing the other group back in.
You made this one pretty simple, didn't you?
I did.
No points, no...
No points, no adding. At this time, I'm going to ask you to please put an X next to the company that you are wanting to, for the county to negotiate a contract with. Because I've heard things as a month-to-month contract and then an annual, the motion should include one or the other in case. Right now, it is a one-year contract. Okay.
No, I did not, I didn't know where the month-to-month came, but, okay. So
Here's my dilemma, Mr. Chair. Both of these companies are excellent.
Right.
And I have been thinking all along that the money that we're spending in Washington is just going down a rat's hole down there, that I would rather have us be using our federal lobbyist money and hire both of these companies, one to do the policy issues and one to do, funding. I feel that Southern Strategy has a fantastic record at securing funding, and I feel that Gray Robinson has a fantastic record of policy issues. So, do I put an X through the whole thing just there because I mean, that's my feeling on it.
Okay. Well, I agree that they're both excellent companies.
Gotta make that tough decision.
I can see some sides to both of it. If you have them for policy and then you have them for revenue streams, you might get an overlap in working with both. Which could be good. I also don't know about the, personally, as far as the Washington money. I think we kind of thought that last year. We kind of discussed it as a council, was to look at it. In fact, some of the money this time was cut from the federal lobbyist, I believe, John. I don't know what's left in the 50,000, 40,000.
On the federal RSQ, it was 40,000.
40,000 was left.
And since we are just saying what our opinions are about this, I think that both of these firms could represent us well. I don't particularly like the idea of splitting that funding up. I think that we ought to make a decision as to, because both of them are very good in both areas, policy as well as the appropriations. So I, for one, would like to see us maintain the federal lobbyists. I think it's a lot more money at the federal, a lot more input I think that we can have at the state level, which is important to us. So I think that these both we ought to have some skin in both games. I don't think that we should just leave it out there and just put all of our funding into the state. And I do think that we could be represented well by either of the two. I don't think that, for me, I don't want to have to split the two. I would prefer to have one.
I agree.
It's accountable to us.
That's exactly where I was going, to show you how alike we are. And I wasn't wanting to do away with the federal money either. I was only going to point out those things. I wasn't going to suggest that we do a vote, that we split. I was just laying out my
I think we're on the
feelings
same
as you
page,
do.
Mr. Chair.
That's a good thing.
That's a good thing.
So I think we should continue on with the process that we have, unless there's council wants to change it. Mr. Patterson,
Well,
I know it was for discussion.
I haven't really seen anything effective coming out of Washington, D.C., and I really don't see anything effective coming up in Washington. There's really, I mean, look how long we've struggled just trying to get about $40 million just for our Sunrail project out of the federal government, which hasn't happened at all. And I feel like the last few years, we just really haven't accomplished anything. And that's why I felt our real strength should be in getting things that we need out of Tallahassee right now and see what's going to be coming up in Washington, because it's going to be a big change up there. We're going to have a new member of Congress, a freshman member, who will be out trying to find the restrooms when they get up there.
And I think that's a good thing. We did some good work, Mr. Patterson, as freshmen in the legislature.
Well, I agree.
We
but
were looking for bathrooms.
I haven't seen anything coming from people who have experience. We lost probably the best member of Congress a few years ago. And
I understand, but I think we need to be in the game.
Okay. Well,
That's my thought. And that's where we are today.
Let's go ahead, put your X's where you want to put them. And if we change our mind before the negotiation, which we're not going to, so we will all put our X's in a box, give them back to you. X is the one we're choosing. I was gonna put a check mark.
And I'll read the votes. Chairman Kelly, Southern Strategy Group. Ms. Cusack, Southern Strategy Group. Mr. Patterson, Gray Robinson. Ms. Wheeler, Southern Strategy Group. Ms. Denny's, Southern Strategy Group. Ms. Post, Gray Robinson. Mr. Lowry, Gray Robinson. And with a 4-3, the contract we will negotiate will be with Southern Strategy Group as soon as I have a motion.
Mr. Chair, I make a motion that we start negotiations with Southern Strategy as our state lobbyist.
I second that.
Motion made by Denny, seconded by Ms. Cusack. Any objection to the motion? Hearing none, the motion passes unanimous. We'll take 10 minutes and,
Go to lunch?
or if it's okay, we've got a big discussion. Okay, 10 minutes, we'll be back at 20 minutes till, 20-something minutes till, 25 minutes, 24 minutes. 2, 3 of us are ready. If anybody's back in the back, anybody that, we're going to be starting the meeting in 2 minutes. Reconvening. Okay. We are going to go ahead, if we can get the rest of us back here to start the meeting. 1, 2, 3, 4. We have 5. We have no staff. Well, we have Jamie. I'm sorry. You're legal. You're not really part of the staff. You're in that other category. You're back.
I have a motion to make.
Okay, it's 11:41. We'll go ahead and reconvene. Mr. Patterson.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion to reconsider the vote to negotiate the contract, and I'll have another motion to make regarding that we hire both firms.
Let's wait for Ms. Cusack. Okay, Mr. Patterson has made a motion to reconsider the previous
question,
and that we hire both firms instead of the firm that we hired. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Motion made by Mr. Patterson, seconded by Mr. Denny. Lowry. Council. Discussion.
Yes, Mr. Chair. Mr. Patterson on the prevailing side of that? I don't think so.
No, I was on a prevailing side of the motion to negotiate the contract, and that was the motion to reconsider, not the other. This is a
Not-
motion to reconsider the negotiation contract. And I was on the prevailing side on that, and that's what my motion is, to reconsider that. And then we offer both, you know, to renegotiate with, negotiate with both law firms.
Ms. Post?
Go ahead, Ms.
It
Cusack.
was, then, you have a motion and a second?
Seconded by Dr. Lowry.
Okay. So we're in discussion now?
We're in discussion.
All right, I will speak then, Mr. Chair, in opposition of that motion, simply because I think that we have made a decision. I think it's not that much money that we're dealing with. I think that we ought not to split hairs here as to which firm we're going to use or use both firms. I just think that it would not be in the best interest of the county to do that. You have, rather than deal with one firm, you're dealing with two as it relates to accountability in both pieces. So I will speak in opposition of the motion, Mr. Chair.
Ms. Post?
I'm in agreement. I think we've made that decision, and I think we should just stand by the decision that we've made.
No, Mr. Chair, I think that we
Just a
could.
minute, let's,
Well,
I know you made the motion. Let's let the others speak.
Okay. I thought that.
Ms. Dennis?
I agree with Councilwoman Cusack, and I'm not ready to step away from the federal lobbyist because it is a different dynamic up there, and Volusia is strategically poised for some
Okay,
projects.
I don't know
so-
that that was part of the motion.
Well, it is because it would take the money from the federal
Well,
lobby.
he didn't say that in the
I
motion.
did not say that.
So we're going to put more money in?
Yes.
Didn't say that. He just,
Yes, he did.
no, he didn't.
No,
How are we gonna
there will
fund
be a motion afterwards.
If this passes. So let's vote on this motion.
Strictly on a
assuming the motion is
reconsideration.
to renegotiate the contract, and
But
he
how-
wants to renegotiate with both without any mention of other than the 90,000, which was the contract.
But you want us to vote on something where the funding source hasn't been identified or the amount, and so that's okay. But I'm opposing the motion anyway.
Ms. Wheeler, just a yes?
I am also opposing the motion.
I'm opposed to it as well. I'll do a voice vote. Call the vote on the motion to reconsider the negotiations and to negotiate with both.
Mr. Patterson?
Yes.
Ms. Post?
Negative.
Ms. Wheeler? No. Ms. Cusack? No. Ms. Denny's?
No.
Mr. Lone?
Dr. Lowry?
Yeah.
Yes.
And Mr. Kelly?
No.
Okay,
The motion failed 5-2 according to my calculation.
correct.
Now we'll go on to item 5. John, I guess, is going to be presenting this.
Yes, Mr. Chair, they come up back in your workshop in July. This item came up, and the decision at the workshop was to come back and seek direction from you about instead of having a full open ramp at 16th, but to consider a walkway and some parking. So that's what we're here today, is really just Jessica's going to give you a look at, discuss a little bit about the possibilities. And at that point, if you guys give us direction to pursue that, we will engage the stakeholders in that area, the neighbors, and of course discuss with the city and whomever. But right now, until we really have direction, that would be premature. So, Jessica, just going to give you a little bit of a rundown about what we could do there.
Good morning. My name is Jessica Wintorp. I am the co-director for Volusia County. This morning we are seeking direction on whether or not to proceed with the ramp design or, as requested by council, come back with a conceptual ADA dune walkover with associated off-beach parking. We did a very conceptual rendering of what we thought we could fit in there conservatively. We believe we can get 11 parking spaces, 2 of those being handicap accessible, a public shower, and then an ADA dune walkover at this location.
What do you think, Jessica, would be the price tag for something of this nature?
We put a price tag of $350,000 on there. Since we have not completed the survey, we do not know what type of stabilization measures we might need to put in. The reason we went conservative with 11, as you will notice, the property to the south has a very easterly extending seawall. I do not believe we can go that far east with permitting requirements. The property to the north of us does not have a seawall, so we put the 11 parking spaces in there conservatively. We may be able to get a few more in there, but at $350,000, that's our conceptual estimate based off of the 11 parking spaces, the dune walkover, and the shower addition.
Dennis. Ms. Dennis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, it's not just about a walkover here. I think we're missing one of the main points in the whole presentation is that we've got to renourish and restabilize that whole dune area out there, and we can't get our emergency vehicles and beach vehicles through there, correct?
At this time, we cannot drive vehicles through the area due to the erosion from the January 2018 nor'easters and
Right.
high tide events.
So we're looking at access, beach access for our citizens, walkover access, but we're also looking and making sure we have access to that area at the same time, renourishing and stabilizing that whole area. What's interesting about this is we know, Council, when this first came up, there was a large, and I have a copy of the emails that I received on this, and the citizens were concerned about that, you know, because Mr. Chair, you had wanted to open up every access, make it drivable. And we met with the city staff. George, when did we meet with the city on this originally? Jessica, you were there.
Yes, it was in the, I think, the winter time.
It was during our discussions to increase the beach toll.
Right.
So we went down and we did discuss the plan with the city manager and several of the staff. And I believe we left there thinking they were going to talk to their council about that.
Well, that's exactly right. We went to the city of New Smyrna Beach. We met at the city of New Smyrna Beach and were assured that this would be an agenda item on one of their city council meetings. And then we would have a general public meeting at the Brannan Center, engaging the citizens with discussion and input with the city. Well, it never made it past the city council agenda in New Smyrna. But that being said, we have got to move forward to stabilize that dune area. And if we're going to invest in stabilizing it, we should at least make it a dune walkover for access, but it's ADA compliant. Commissioner Jake Sachs called me about the 8th Street walkover that used to be ADA compliant. But with the damage and all the switchbacks that we had to make down there, it's not ADA compliant now. 8th Street isn't, is it?
The dune walkover is covered in a dune.
Right.
The dune grew, which is good for property protection. The walkover is buried under the dune, but it is not ADA compliant because it does not have an ADA parking space.
So but it used to be.
In order to be ADA compliant, you have to have a parking space that meets the ADA standards. The walkover was a ramp that at the time it was constructed met all the ADA requirements. It does not today without the addition of a parking space.
And that's what I'm getting to, because in this part of the beach, there's no, this will solve that ADA compliance issue we have. The only thing Commissioner Sachs asked me, he took a look at this online, was that he'd like to see more ADA spots out here. So I think this will serve multiple issues out there, restabilizing that dune, giving a beach walkover access for the citizens and a walkover, and then some more ADA access handicap spots out there that's desperately needed. And whether whether we concrete that and put blacktop or whatever we do and stripe it off in those parking spots, people are parking there now. I mean, this isn't a new concept. So we're going to, we needed some direction, council. So what I would ask of you is that we redirect this 4-walkway and ask staff to come back with a presentation on exactly what that would like. And and then you've got a turnaround down there too. That's really good. So you can have drop-offs for your chairs, your equipment. You can access to the beach, drop your stuff off, turn around. There'll be a shower there. So I think this.
Councilwoman Denny's, we are very restricted on turnaround in this
Okay.
location because we do not have the right-of-way width to provide that
Right.
at this time.
But
This is a turnaround feature so that should you go all the way to the end and there is no parking space, you could back out.
Right. Understood. But I know how it'll be used. We say that here, but come beach days, you'd be surprised how they can turn around in this. Okay, I'll listen to the rest of council. Thank you.
Ms. Post.
So I'm looking at the 350,000 for the ADA dune walkover, and can you talk to me about the comparison between the 147,000 for the vehicular beach access?
The $350,000 is the estimated construction cost. The $147,000 that you approved previously was just for the design and the permitting of a vehicular beach approach. Should we get direction to move forward with a parking lot and a dune walkover and a shower, then we will unencumber the funding. We'll have another agenda item that will come forward so you can unencumber the funding associated with the ramp. We'll have a new task assignment for you to vote on as well. And the funding that was previously approved will be released and allocated towards the new direction that we receive, should we receive it.
And what is the typical cost difference in the construction of the vehicular beach access?
With the permitting requirements associated with the vehicular beach approach, you are looking at guaranteed 2 side retaining walls, one running parallel along the north, one running parallel along the south. We were estimating that between the 500,000, so about 150,000 total. It would be a more less financial burden putting the off-beach parking and the dune walkover in.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Ms. Cusack.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was wondering if it's possible that we could put since there's no handicap access at the 8th Avenue, if we could put one other handicap spot here at the 16th.
I can put 2 there. It'd
You
probably be
already
your
have
best
2. I
use
was
of-
wondering if you could have 3.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah,
I'll
we
have a
can
minimum
overload.
of 3.
I think we ought to, since we're going to do this, and that is the only way that we have the handicap accessibility there, that we would make that 3 handicap spots rather than 2, and proceed with the plan of action to approve this.
Okay.
But remember also, just let me interject, she's showing a conservative number here. We would do the engineering, permitting, and surveying may allow for a little bit more. So I think you're showing probably a ratio right now.
20%.
We could say the ratio +1, you know, and maybe you get a little bit more length and a few more. It might trigger 3 anyway, but if you wanted an additional, you could add a 4th. You know, however you guys want to say that, but they set it up based on a ratio, so.
Well, 4 would be better, but if 3 would work, would be.
Well, we could say a minimum of 3, and if she can get a 4th, you
That
know,
would be
based
great.
on the length, we can look at that too.
That's what I would say. What you think,
Let-
Councilmember?
Let me weigh in just a little bit. Did you look at trying to angle the parking so you wouldn't have the turnaround, angle the parking to the northwest?
We can do that. Again, this is conceptual. We
Understand
haven't
that.
even received our survey
I
yet.
know
but
when you said there's very little space for turnaround and so forth, if you angled in, you'd certainly be able to exit very easily. It may take a little bit more space for people to turn in, but it looks like that you have the space. to angle. A lot of times, I mean, you could go a little bit further west where you begin the parking. There's like, I don't know what you have to be. You've got 4 feet, 5 feet, maybe 8 feet there on the northwest or the very westerly part. I would
Yes.
just certainly, I would look at that for ease of egress.
And once we get the survey with the right-of-way lines on it, then we will look at the layouts. Because you have the north-south right-of-way, we can't have parking spaces in the north-south right-of-way. So yes, when we get the survey in, we'll look at the layout conceptually. We believe we can get a minimum of 11 parking spaces, 2 of which will be handicap. If we can get more, we'll put them in there, and we'll increase our handicap space availability if we can fit more in there. We'll also look at the turning radiuses on an angled parking versus a perpendicular parking.
Okay, I'm going to be okay with the additional handicap, but if you find that it's not being used, I certainly would like the option to remove them. I can't imagine having 40% of the parking dedicated to handicap parking to go to the beach. I just can't see that. I mean, I look at other areas which have, I mean, take the one I know about, Andy Romano, and there's not that much of the handicap. You go down, if there's any vacant spots, it's going to be handicap. That's going to be vacant in the hip. So having that much dedicated, pardon? I wouldn't want to go to 4 because that's 40% of your available parking for handicap. And I know the requirement is there that we have to have some, and I'm certainly supportive of that and to have access. All I'm saying is if you find, even if you find that we do 3 and you find that you're not using them, the 2 would still be compliant based upon the guidelines, I think. So just be mindful of that, because while you're dedicating that 12-foot parking spot for handicap, you're eating up, with 3, you're going to be eating up 36 feet of, at least, of your space. And if it's not being used, that's not fair to the others who want to go to the beach as well. Not trying to play favorites or anything, but just the practical use of the facility that we have. If it's not being used, if it is being used, then that's fine. So.
It's also very important to remember this is in our driving portion of New Smyrna, so anybody who does meet the handicap requirements has complimentary access and parking on the hard packed sand, so there's no pulling equipment or unstable soil issues there.
That would be part of the other reasoning for saying that it probably won't be used, and I think it's also one of the other reasons that we kind of agreed, I'm assimilating information, that if we even had a ramp there, that there would be no additional places to park, because there was already parking at that location. In fact, it would probably lose parking by having that. We'd lose some spots by having a ramp that would be 25 feet, or what is it going to be?
Probably about 5 to 6 feet, or 5 to 6 parking spaces, because you have about a 50 to 60 foot right of way there.
And I think from what Ms. Dennis has explained over the course of this discussion, those parking spots are dear. So by having the walkover, we accomplish not taking away parking. We provide additional parking and additional access for those who need the assistance. So I think it's probably a win-win situation to do it with that. So you want to, do we need to do a motion on this, Ms. Dennis?
Can I just make one more comment? Is it possible to show council what the parking availability with, and you're right, going back to the drivable beach. So if I was handicapped, I would drive onto the beach. I wouldn't park and try to navigate that sand.
Unless it was shut down for tide capacity or it was after driving hours.
And that's why we do off-beach parking, ba-boom. Agreed. So just, George, just saying, Councilwoman. So can you show us possibly a rendering of a 2 or 3? Is that possible? And to see what it would look like if we added that third, but I'm leaning towards just the 2. Actually, after this discussion, that's just what I'm looking at. I'm leaning towards the 2 also, because that is the drivable beach, and for all those reasons. But can you just show us either way? And the funding for this, does this come from beach tolls, George?
Yes.
And revenues are up, right?
They are.
And this is one of the third highest trafficked areas in the county, so funding really isn't an issue, is it?
Right, as long as we time our stuff out correctly, yes. I mean, positive cash flow.
So funding isn't an issue for this because of our increased revenues
Right.
for beach tolls
Right.
and this being the third most utilized area
area.
in the county.
Right.
Okay, I'm just kind of building my case here layer by layer. So, all right, with that, yes, I'm going to make a motion, Mr. Chair, that we, what, amend the task assignment, Jamie? What does this say? Amend the task assignment and permit a new, amend the existing task assignment to reflect the design and permitting of public off-beach parking, a shower, and an ADA dune walkover. Is that accurate?
I think you're authorizing staff to bring back to you an amended task assignment and budget resolution to fund the proposed parking and dune walkover at 16th.
That's exactly what I'm suggesting.
I thought that's what you were thinking. And that was what the second made.
With the staff.
Ms. Cusack seconded that motion. Ms. Denny has made the motion. Any objection to the motion? Hearing none, the motion passes unanimous. Thank you.
Thank you.
Item number 6.
Good morning, Council. Brian Osowski, Accounting Director. I'm joined with Corey Thomas and Jonathan Clark from Thompson Consulting, our FEMA cost recovery consultants for Hurricane Irma, and also Steve Farmer from Brown & Brown. So this morning we want to go through an update of FEMA assistance for both Hurricanes Matthew and Irma, and then request direction on 250 North Beach Street. On Hurricane Matthew, we've posted our 8th update to the website, and at the end of the update is a summary of the reimbursement status for all damages incurred during Hurricane Matthew. To date, we've received $13.7 million. We have $3.1 million that is waiting on FEMA to obligate the funds to the state. And then once the state receives the funds, they have to approve a request for reimbursement. So we are then waiting on $1.8 million from the state. We are constantly in contact with both FEMA and the state to help these things move along. That's why we have the $13.7 million that we do have on Matthew. On Hurricane Irma, we have submitted a total of $14 million to FEMA for reimbursement. We have received obligation of $5.5 million, and $8.7 million is still remaining to be obligated. There is still $500,000 worth of work that remains to be submitted to FEMA, but we are working towards a goal to submit that by September 15th. Any questions on where we are before we talk about 250 North Beach?
You mentioned $14,999,000. I would say that's closer to $15 million, right?
Well,
I round up when
we've
it's within
submitted 15 million. We have 15 million.
$14,999,951.
That's what's submittable. The top two lines are the 14.
Okay.
The top,
I was just reading, thinking I missed something that was wrong on my chart, which said, anyway.
Out of that 15 million, there's about $1 million that still needs to be submitted. That's the difference between the 14 and the 15.
You're talking to a numbers guy. He's not going to let you go on the $20 or whatever it is.
He's not going to let me.
I'll let you go now.
I'm okay. He's going to go with 15 now.
Okay. September 11th is when Hurricane Irma hit. That's when the Daytona Beach Administration Building was affected by the flood. Just as background information, the building was severely flooded. We had immediate mitigation efforts commence in September. They continued through December. We also engaged Thompson Consulting, our FEMA cost recovery consultants, to begin work on not just 250 North Beach Street, but all of our FEMA projects for Hurricane Irma. During their cost estimating that they did, they came up with an initial repair estimate of $1.37 million, but it was also discovered that there's an ordinance that requires the building to be elevated to 1 foot above base flood elevation in the event that there's significant repairs, which we have received a letter from the City of Daytona clarifying that, and we do believe that that we meet that threshold, that there are significant damages that require the building to be brought up to code and brought up to 1 foot above base flood elevation. And the total estimate, including raising the building, is now $5.4 million. We have now submitted a request to FEMA, go back, for replacement cost eligibility as well. We'll cover that in a minute. FEMA is always the payer of last resort. Insurance is supposed to pay first, so we have a recap of the insurance proceeds. In total, there are still some unknown amounts. That's why there's an asterisk on the $6.6 million. But this is the status where we think we are now. We are still waiting, we're still negotiating with the insurance company as we speak. They're still formulating their first offer to us on this building. So as I mentioned previously, we've submitted a request to FEMA for replacement cost because it's not automatic that they replace a building. Normally they would repair a building, but because it's significantly damaged, we think we're eligible for replacement cost funding, which would be about $7 million. Any insurance proceeds would be deducted from that. FEMA doesn't pay if insurance is already paid. Now we have to make a decision of how we move forward. We have two options. The FEMA standard option is to replace the building. There's also an alternate option, which would allow you to divert those funds to an alternate project. But there are some caveats to diverting funds to an alternate project. They're capped at 90% of an estimated cost of option 1. So you don't get the same amount of funding, and it's capped. It doesn't change if inflation changes. So option 1 would not be that way. You'd get 100% of funding, including any increases in construction costs that occur between now and then. It's also not guaranteed, if we selected an alternate option, that the insurance carriers would allow us to use those funds for the same project that FEMA would, even though FEMA would still deduct that funding. And then there's the last concern, which is if we do select an alternate project, what happens to the people that were formerly occupying 250 North Beach Street? We have temporary locations. That was what was on the insurance slide. We've requested from the insurance company, still subject to negotiations, that we have 5 years of temporary locations so that we can build a building or pursue the alternate project. So at this point, I'll take any questions.
Let me just kind of dive in a little bit here. So what we're looking at is, you know, the building looks to be a total loss. That's almost to be determined. The idea, of course, there's other things that's been on the table in that neighborhood. If you remember some of the conceptuals about that, there was a expansion of the Foxman and then some side buildings that were attached but came off. I think the idea that we were coming up with here was, you know, you have to build the building on the parcel that sits on today, but it is a bigger parcel. There's parking in the back. So we probably have the option of moving that building around on that parcel that best fits whatever our future needs could be. And interestingly, I've talked to the city and the chamber and some other folks, and there were some concerns. I think everyone was happy with that I talked to about you know, doing more with the Foxman site down there. But there were concerns about the vast amount of parking that would be between there and Beach Street, which of course they're trying to keep alive. So this building could be repositioned a little bit on that parcel, making it a little closer to Foxman, but maybe you wouldn't want to make it so far back that there was a problem with Beach Street. But we'll be allowed to do some mitigation measures, raising it and maybe sliding it back a little bit would be helpful to prevent floods. And the idea being you're kind of on the Foxman campus, and then you can decide if you want to connect it at a later date, depending on where you want to go with that discussion. But I think we were thinking that, well, now you have the potential of a brand new building, in a useful location that could be definitely tied in with anything you're doing, over at the courthouse.
And I think one of the big points on that, George, that we discussed was that we would be able to have funding, which would be able to fund the entire replacement.
Right.
To do that.
So essentially, you'd be getting a wing of what you were thinking about doing, or at least a good portion of it. I think it was the wing they had proposed was bigger.
Well, I think
but
most of us probably agree we want to have a 250 North Beach, a facility there, I think is the first question. Yes, no?
Yes.
Yes.
That's me.
I think that's the first assumption that we want to have it. The next decision is we can't repair the one that's there. It's got to come down. So then we need to locate one at the least possible cost to provide the services that the people need in the area. So that was kind of the way that I had looked at it, Ms. Wheeler.
Well, you kind of approached the comments that I was going to make. Now, this status of the insurance proceeds, the 6.6 million, now that, inclusive of that is the temporary facilities for the places that have been replaced, I should say. Correct?
Yes, it does. It includes some of the build-out that we've still got coming at Fentress, or at Holzenbach, and relocating people, as well as the lease amounts that we have to pay for couple of the folks, property appraiser and the guardian ad litem are in leased space.
Okay, and then this would also include the raising. Whatever we put there would have to be elevated in that area, correct? And also, we have to pretty much use the same logistic, or however I want to.
We certainly know we have to use the 50,000 square feet, if I'm not, it has to be 50,000 square feet now. We might be able to jog it. I'm saying we're at 250 North Beach Street, so that's a pretty good chunk of property, so it's going to have to be in that basic
On the
footprint.
parcel.
On the parcel of
Not
property.
necessarily on the same footprint.
And I am, yes, okay. And I am for not having so much parking on the Beach Street frontage, because I think it's really important with Brown and Brown coming to the north end of Beach Street, and then all of the businesses, and the restaurants and everything else going the other way, keeping that walkability. I think if it was nothing but parking up there towards the front, it would change the whole atmosphere of that walking from one area to that. It needs to continue out. So in future thoughts, I would like us to also think about when we go to find the parking or look at doing the parking in that area. I had mentioned to you before that we think outside of the box, that we think about offices underneath, or, to be able to use that as different from just a parking garage. We need to think ahead of how we can use it that will go along with what is happening on Beach Street is this new urban community. That was my comments at this point.
Ms. Post.
How much, if any, money did we put back into the building since the hurricane in just keeping it together?
You mean at 250 North Beach?
Right.
We really haven't put anything back in there.
But no money back into
no,
the building
I mean
at
the
all?
utilities. No, the utilities are, other than we had, which was $500,000, we had to mitigate and get all the water and stuff out. We really
That's
haven't.
what I was asking.
Yeah, we
That's
did that,
$500,000. That's
which
a
which
good-
was covered.
Thank you.
Yes, that part was covered by FEMA, but we haven't put any reconstruction back in there. I mean, the utilities are still on, keeping the air going. There's some things that are still left in there.
Right.
That we just left in there to store at this point, but we've done nothing to do anything towards renovation.
Okay.
The mitigation activity should be covered by insurance.
So if that building is a wash, do we get the monies from insurance anyway, right?
Yes. There will be a settlement by insurance regardless of what FEMA does.
And then, but we can't be assured that the insurance will also pay for the same project that FEMA approves?
If council were to direct us to do an alternate project, we can't guarantee that the insurance proceeds would be able to be spent on that same project. We would have to negotiate that with the insurance carrier. Our policy is a replacement policy, so the intent is to replace the loss. If we did an alternate project, instead of rebuilding the building,
Right.
we would have to negotiate the use of those proceeds on an alternate
So
project
would there
as
be a
well.
good possibility then that we would lose that insurance money?
I don't think so. No. Either way that you try to proceed with FEMA, the insurance proceeds should be the same. It's just whether or not they would let you use them on the same project. We would negotiate that with the insurance carrier. We don't.
Well, that's what I'm
It's
asking.
a
If we're not
negotiation. I
using it
can't-
on that project, then you can't use that money, right?
Well, you wouldn't get the money that FEMA would pay for the reconstruction, rebuild on the property, which would be $3 or $4 million. You
It could
won't
be
get.
less. I mean, it certainly would be less if they didn't go forward. And Brown and Brown's here, and they probably could address this a little bit better. So if I misstate this, forgive me or correct me, please. If anything, we won't be able to maximize as much, perhaps, as you could with a replacement. If you choose an alternate project, you'll probably get something less. It's not like we wouldn't get anything at all.
Okay. So I just have to say, you're looking at 5 years, did you say, for FEMA?
For the temporary locations, we've submitted to insurance for 5 years.
Okay.
For the former tenants of the building.
So we've put everybody in places. I mean, everybody that was in that building is now placed elsewhere.
Almost.
And
I mean,
operable.
we're still working on a couple things
Right.
still, but
I
yes,
understand you still
basically
have
they're home.
build-outs, but the people,
Yes.
things are functioning elsewhere
Correct.
currently. So, okay. I just have to say, guys, I'm just very wary right now about, I understand that we have to look at that area being built out and that that's a possibility in the future and that we've looked at that and we've talked about it. But right now and looking at other things in other departments that I feel that need to be addressed, I'm a little wary about spending additional monies on a new project without really stopping to reassess and sort of reboot some of the current things that are in operation. So until those things are looked at, I'm going to pass on this.
Ms. Wheeler?
Yeah, I don't look at it in the same way at all. I don't think we're spending additional money. We would be losing it if we tried to build somewhere else. And also those places, those functions like the appraiser, are we paying rent right now for those places?
Yes, we are
So-
for both guardian ad litem and for the property appraiser and probably for traffic court, because we're going to have to probably eventually move them.
So they're more than likely, we would, if we reconstruct on the same property with this opportunity that we have in front of us, we would move those, plus other offices that we are now paying rent for or whatever else, we would move it on to our conceptual plan that we've have out there, correct?
That, I believe that's a fair way to state it, yes.
Okay.
What we're looking for here is not there would be contracts
Right.
about design and where the building would go. What we're looking here is for direction. Once we decide which way we go, we have to submit a project to FEMA. We have to either commit to, this is the project we want to try to replace the building, or this is the project we want to do this alternate. The direction we're looking for here is how to proceed with FEMA.
Okay, yeah, so option 1 or 2,
Right.
correct? So option 1 would be to replace the building. I would like to make a motion that we give direction to move forward with option 1.
Second.
Motion's made and seconded to move forward with option 1. Anyone who hasn't commented, Ms. Cusack, would you like to comment?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Thank you. If we move with option 1, we're saying rebuild at the same location and same size. That's what option 1 says.
Yes, if you replace the building, from FEMA's perspective, you have to replace the building with this, at the same location and the same size.
At 250 North Beach.
You get to use the full amount, yes.
But if we chose option 2, we get to use 90% of the amount.
You would,
No. I don't think
FEMA
so.
would estimate what, at that point, because we're not going to actually incur the construction, they would estimate what they think the replacement cost would be. We would get 90% of that. We would have to commit to what building
So
that
the
would
answer to
be.
that would be yes, if you get 90%.
You'd get 90%. Yes. Okay.
Up to an agreed
I
upon
think
amount.
there's something, but I think the difference is, if we build there, we get 100% of the cost of redoing the whole entire building, whatever that is. It's not the same as what they say it's worth. They may say it's worth $7 million total now. It may cost us $9 or $10 million to rebuild, which we would receive all of that. So it isn't exactly the same.
Right, as long as we follow proper purchasing,
Right.
you know, and
That's the
which we
point.
would, everything, you know, right, they take on a little bit of the risk of the inflation, if we do the replacement.
We know there's a little inflation.
So,
So we are saying then that we think that the best option is to have it right at that same location, but
On
not
that-
on that same
Not in the
property?
same spot, but on this
Okay.
250 North Beach, which could be moved around in that entire parcel, which they would show us where it would be best to be put within that parcel. Then we don't have any,
There is guidance from FEMA that is not clear on what exactly is the same. Do you have to build a converted retail space? Well, we would have to fight with FEMA, and we think we can.
Okay. All right, then I'm clearer.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Ms. Post?
So again, my concern is this, this is free money, but we're still looking at spending a great deal.
It's not free
Well,
money.
When
Not
I
free
say
mon-
we're getting money,
No,
right? Money.
but it's not free money.
Okay, well-
We all pay taxes for that money. Sorry.
Okay.
Okay.
I don't know where taxes are. My point is, I understand that we're talking about that we may lose money from FEMA, but this is also us putting out a giant chunk of money to build this. This is not just us just getting money in and that's it and that's all we're using. We are looking at expending a good deal of money on this as well. And I am not comfortable doing that right now until we look at some of our other departments and other departments that are in need of assessing and monies.
Okay. Mr. Patterson?
I'm in favor of replacing the building at its location. It's been there forever. People are used to it. I get a lot of my insurance clients who come in and are complaining about the fact of where they have to go just to renew their tags and that. So I think going right back into that same location is the best place for us, and I think I think the downtown merchants would be quite happy to have that downtown. So I think that is the perfect solution, other than trying to do all these other options.
Right.
Okay.
Any further discussion? Any objection to the motion?
I object.
Note, Ms. Post objects. Any other objections? Hearing none, the motion passes 6-1 with Ms. Post on the nay. Didn't want the extra $3 or $4 million.
Now, do you think this will be brought back to us
Oh, everything,
before,
yeah. Before anything's done, this is just,
talked about
Oh, yeah.
before the
We'll
end of
be-
the year?
We'll have to keep you apprised. There'll be a lot of work to be done with FEMA and everything, so we'll keep you apprised every step of the way. So
All right.
he's got determinations to get, arguments to make, and we'll keep you apprised of the situation.
Try to make it happen.
Well, he will, I have confidence. And our team of Thompson out there, that we have a contract with to help fight that too.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
okay, council, I think we were going to either break for lunch now, because I don't think we can finish in the next 30 minutes.
Is it here?
Huh? It is here.
Is it here? Let's check it.
So we're going to break for lunch, and we'll be back at 1:30. It's 1:29. We will be starting as close to 1:30 as possible.
I'm glad you're doing good, kiddo.
Yeah, thank you.
Good afternoon. It's 1:31. Now it's 1:32. We will go ahead and reconvene the county council meeting. And at this time, we will go to item 7. George or Jamie?
Yeah, item 7. This is the resolution rescinding the capital fund for the boardwalk. There is a little bit of a money movement. Either Donna or Jamie can kind of explain the movement.
Good afternoon. On this agenda item, what also is included is not only the resolution to rescind the previous resolution that set up the boardwalk fund, it also transfers the money that we currently have in the ECHO fund, the actual cash sitting in the account, excuse me, in the ECHO capital project funds, and moves it back to the ECHO fund, and it will essentially close out the boardwalk capital project fund at the end of 17-18.
Okay. Have one individual who wishes to speak to this item. John Nicholson. If you'll state your name and address for the record, and we'll give you 3 minutes to speak to you, for you to speak on this item only.
Right. John Nicholson, 413 North Grandview Avenue. I don't want you know whether you're tying my hands or not, but
I'm not tying your hands. I'm just asking you to speak to the item.
it's the item, but I think it's part of the item and you may not. All right, this was, from what I understand, to be a dynamic project for the beachside, all right? What you're doing is you're going to take it from a dynamic project for the beachside and whittle it down so that it's all around the county and there's no benefit to the beachside.
No, that's not it.
Okay, let me finish, all right?
No,
I know,
you're
you
going
always
to speak to the
interrupt, it makes
issue.
it very difficult to
I
continue.
will.
All right, I
You're
know.
going to speak to the issue. The money was set aside in ECHO funds for a potential
Understand
project.
that, okay?
Let's let him.
That was, from what I understand, to be a very dynamic project to enhance the beachside. When it's spent elsewhere in little bits and pieces, it's not helping the beachside whatsoever. So what I'm asking is that you come up with another dynamic concept for the beachside. There is actually 4 or 5 projects that are 4-star hotels going on the beachside. This would go a great deal towards
John,
solidifying.
John, that's not what we're speaking on. We're speaking on whether or not we take the funds and transfer them, and that's what you keep your marks to. If there's something that we're going to do.
Asking that you transfer them to the beachside major project rather than disperse it in little bits and pieces.
There's nothing about dispersing. It's going back into the general fund from which it's set aside. It's not going to little bits and pieces. It's going back into the capital fund.
Can we,
Pardon?
point of order, though, I mean, could we just let him
Excuse
speak?
me. No, I'm not going to let him speak to something that we're not on the agenda. You stop the clock, which you stopped the clock. We're talking about taking the funds that were set aside as a holding space for a project. Those funds are to be transferred back to, Donna, to the,
Mr. Chair.
It's going back to
The
the
ECHO
ECHO
fund.
Special Revenue Fund.
Mr. Chair, I think he was trying to speak in behalf of not doing that, is what I'm thinking. He was just asking, that was what my perception of where you're heading, is that you are asking us not to do that, if that discussion is there.
And
well,
hold
you were
that
asking
separate.
but you were asking us not to put it into little funds, which they were not discussing that. We're splitting hairs.
No, we're not. It's, it
We
was
are.
there for a.
There's no point of order, Ms. Post. The point of order is, we're going to speak to the issue. And you're getting there,
The
get
issue
there.
has nothing to do with transferring it back to ECHO. You're not going to speak about that at all, right? You're not
That's
going
what
to
we're
vote on
doing.
that. You just said you're not going to do that, which is
thought
what I'm
that's-
speaking on. The whole concept
Donna,
is,
isn't that correct?
I understand you're putting it back in ECHO,
Right, okay.
but I'm asking that rather than do that, keep the funds together and come up with another major project, which is what it was supposed to be, if I'm not mistaken, to help the beachside. You don't understand?
Yes,
All
I
right.
do.
Ms. Wheeler, would you explain it?
Yeah, I do understand, but we can't transfer it to a fund that doesn't exist. We can't obligate it to a project that doesn't exist. And that's what he was asking us to do, was to obligate it to another dynamic plan, which we could do at a later time, which I think that's what we will discuss at some point in time. Today, we're discussing to move the money so we can do something else with it at a later date. And that's where I was trying to go. And I do understand every bit about it. It's not that I don't understand. But we can't we have to transfer it to a fund. We can't transfer it to a non-existent project. Okay? Dr. Lowry.
Well, I'm not sure if it's appropriate time to talk on this, or if maybe I need to wait on a motion. You can stop me if it is. But, you know, I was a big advocate of the boardwalk because I grew up near Rehoboth Beach, Delaware, and I know how impacting that was for the community there with businesses and so forth. But this isn't designated specifically for the beach side. There's no specificity about that. And some of us that represent the west side have some ideas of how that could be used as well. That puts it more across the entire county rather than just trying to. That wasn't earmarked specifically for beachside, so I don't see the need to try to retain it for that. Put it back in the fund, and as projects come along, the ECHO committee can take care of that as they need to. Thank you.
Okay. Ms. Wheeler.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I understand where you're heading, and I can tell you that the decision of eliminating this or putting back into the boardwalk fund, that was under much discussion with, we would have to either take more land from the people, the residents, or more beach side, and we decided, or we're going to come to the conclusion on that. However, I can tell you, if there's a good project that's brought before me at any given time, I'm going to be working for beachside for anything. So, but we have to have projects.
Okay. While we're discussing, I was 100%, I still think, I wish there was some way we could do the boardwalk. I'm 100% for it. I have been since it was discussed years ago when I first found out about it. And you can ask the people, I even went to businesses and asked them. I think it would be a game changer. I think it would create something so unique and different for our area that we don't have. And I'm sad to see that it's not going to be happening. Maybe if it had been worked out earlier, or some of the things had come to pass in the past 3 years. Some of the funding could have come about.
Especially
But-
from the private sector. It'd been nice to.
Yeah, it
had
would have
some-
been nice. And the other key element on this, which we asked for, was support from Daytona Beach, asking that they really wanted it. And when no one from Daytona Beach said that they would approach us and wanted to partner with us, we wanted to be working together for all of us, because what happens good in Daytona Beach affects all of Volusia County. And that's why I think it's hard for some of us, even Dr. Lowry, who says, find other uses for it. I don't know of a better use that we could have found for that money to have made a difference in the county better than that, because it's so unique. And I hate it. And it really is sad that we can't, but I think we thank Shirley Reynolds and some others for the total situation, which causes a big part of it, because of the inability to obtain the land or use the total area of the beach to make it happen. And then the cost estimates we had were like, what, $40 million was one number I think I saw, and who knows how close that would be. But anyway, I'm sorry, Mr. Nicholson, that I did understand where you were going, and we will come up with some projects, I'm sure, through the ECHO committee, through the process, that those come about for projects that they can bring forward and approve, and hopefully it'll be something. I don't know that maybe there will be something as good as that to make a difference. So, Ms. Wheeler?
Mr. Chair, at this time, I'd like to make a motion to adopt the resolution rescinding the ECHO Capital Fund for Boardwalk Extension and fiscal year 2017-18 revised budget amendment for the Boardwalk Development Fund. And transfer the money back to the ECHO funds.
Motion made by Wheeler, seconded by Lowry. Any objection to the motion? Hearing no objection, the motion passes unanimous. We'll move to item 8.
Good afternoon, Joanne Magley, Community Information Director with your events update. And Volusia County Government is kicking off its 2018 United Way Workplace Campaign. This kicked off on the 1st, and the pledge portion of the campaign will run through September 30th. During this time, employees are given the opportunity to learn more about the United Way and also make donations either through payroll deduction or direct gifts. Aaron Van Cleek with the county's Management and Budget Division is the campaign coordinator for Volusia County, and he's here to provide just some additional details.
Good afternoon, Aaron Van Cleek, Management and Budget Division. Like Joanne said, we just kicked off our pledge card campaign September 1st. We run an annual campaign for United Way. It's a corporate campaign. Last year, employee giving was at $63,360 for the annual campaign. That placed us 4th in the area for corporate campaigns. Of course, Publix Supermarkets is number 1. They bring over $1 million a year in for the United Way. So that's a tough act to follow. But what I have for you today is just some information on United Way and then pledge forms for each of you. You can either do it through a payroll deduction or a direct gift to the United Way. So we just wanted to make sure you guys were included in the process.
Okay. Thank you.
While he's passing those out, I'll continue on with the update. On September 21st at 9 a.m., the County Council will cut the ribbon on the newest Volusia County Trail segment. The event will take place in the parking lot on the corner of Cow Creek Road and State Road 442 in Edgewater. The 20.2-mile phase includes 2 segments, one that runs from Gobbler's Lodge Road to the Brevard County line, and another that runs from Maytown Spur Road to Cow Creek Road, where it connects to the existing trail. Completion of this segment of trail provides 58.7 miles of trails in Volusia County, and this is a $16 million project that was funded by FDOT. And lastly, yes.
Joanne, excuse me, we're showing this at 9 o'clock. I thought this was at 8:30. This is an 8:30 event? Just, will you double check that, because it's on my calendar, and I know when we talked with staff.
Okay.
Let's just get the time right here. My calendar says 8:30 and discussion was 8:30, so just so we're on the same
Okay,
page.
I'll double check. We did not, we were waiting to send a news release out till later today, so I'll double
Perfect.
check on that.
And you're going to do one of those your invited things and send to
Yes.
council? Great, thank
Yes.
you.
All right, and lastly, Volusia County is kicking off an initiative with our county employees to join a global movement to eliminate plastic drinking straws from our landfills and our waters. So now through September 21st, county employees can sign up to take the straw challenge by going to our ENN page or filling out a paper form. Once they join, they'll be given a reusable stainless straw. And then for the month of October, they'll pledge to give up all plastic single-use straws. So they can do this by visiting their local establishment, food or restaurant, and request, tell them they don't want a straw. And there's other ways that they can help promote the strawless effort. So those who join the challenge are encouraged to take and post photos using the stainless steel straws that they'll be provided with this campaign, and then put a picture on social media with the hashtag PlasticFreeVC. Once the employee challenge is complete, we can come back and report to you on the results and explore opportunities to expand the program. Any questions? That does it for the event update.
What special events coordinator came up with this one?
It's an initiative with our Green Volusia program.
Okay, because I was going through the employees, I noticed all these special events, people that are employed, and I just wondered which one of those came up with it. Anyway, sorry.
Most of our special events, people are probably at the Ocean Center. That's the title for the people that run a lot of the events over there.
That's the last
Yes,
straw.
Last straw.
That's the last straw.
I just saw a staff ditch a straw up here,
Joanne.
I'm just saying.
Maybe we should do what they do in
Heister,
California. What they
down
did in
at that-
California, and they replaced the They replaced the plastic straws with paper straws and the plastic wrapper. That makes a lot of sense. Keeps those straws out, though. Anyway, thank you, Joanne. We'll move to item 9, appointment to the Planning and Land Development Regulation Commission, District 3.
Mr. Chair, I'm going to ask for an extension on this one.
Okay, we'll move forward then to item 10. Ms. Post.
Mr. Chair, I move to appoint Jack Surratt for the remainder of the 2-year term expiring March 31st, 2019 to the ECHO Advisory Committee.
Okay. Any objection to the appointment of Jack Surratt to fill the 2-year term to the ECHO Board? Hearing none, the motion passes. We'll move to item 11, which there is no item 11.
There is, but
We will go to discussions of matters not on the agenda, and we'll start with Mr. Patterson.
I have nothing, sir.
And we'll go to Ms. Post, who is back out of ICU.
Yeah. So on that note, thanks to everybody who reached out. 4 days in ICU was not fun, but I'm here and I'm alive and I'm not going anywhere. So, so thanks. All right. So before that, I went and had the Friday. I don't remember what day it was, but I think Friday the 24th. The director of EMS had asked me to come out to EMS and talk with admin out there about the current state of EMS operations, and then also after that to have a one-on-one discussion with a number of the EMS employees without admin there. That was something that the county or that the director requested, and so I gladly obliged and went out there, had a good discussion with him and them. The following date was the public meeting with fire and EMS personnel, also a good meeting. And I think the bottom line, a number of things I took out of both of those meetings, but the bottom line, main thing that I wanted to bring up today and have discussion about was in 2011, when EMS, or when the county took over EMS and EVAC was sort of, was dissipated, that contract obviously was no longer valid, right, with EVAC. So in that contract, there was a minimum acceptable standard of operation at that time. When the county took over operations of EMS services, there was no longer an official minimum standard of operations. So really no minimum standard that the county needed to abide by to function. And what I'm finding, and what has been sort of the continued discussion, has been that that minimum standard has gone down, and we are currently operating at not just minimum staffing, but at sort of a scary negative staffing level in EMS. And what I mean by that is, I know probably many of you have heard reports of EVAC ambulances not being readily available when called, and so that's not good, right? If you're if something happens and you need an EVAC, or I keep saying EVAC, we don't have EVAC anymore, but if you need an ambulance, that, you know, they're consistently on a regular basis, an ambulance is not available to respond. And
Well, George, is that a true statement?
it is, and I've had many discussions with staff about this, and so that's one of the things I wanted to explain was.
That's pretty strong.
It is. That's what's so scary, and that's really why I wanted to ensure to bring it up. Is I'm seeing that. I saw that brought up repeatedly, and so I've had many discussions with staff about it to really pin it down. And we have ambulances that are sitting at the facility with no one using them, right? So not all of the available ambulances that we have are out on the roads. And we do not have consistently enough ambulances out on the road for an ambulance to respond to your emergency. And I'll tell you, you know, Mr. Chair, you just mentioned that last week, you know, I had a major incident and ended up in ICU, right? So I'll tell you, I went home and called my husband, and I didn't want to call an ambulance. So my husband took me to the hospital, and it was that was a good decision because considering what happened, I actually had a 20-minute window for them to be able to give me some medication to keep any damage from happening. But and I probably wouldn't have made that 20-minute window. So I might not be here today if I had called for an ambulance. But aside from that, not just me, you have other citizens who are calling, and ambulances are not available routinely. And there is evidence of that. There are CAD entries that you can look at, and EMS will tell you that, fire will tell you that, staff will tell you that. It is what it is. And the reason that we have that happening is because we haven't kept up our staffing in EMS. So we actually have the ambulance, we have extra ambulances sitting there, but we do not have people to put in them. So, and I think Councilman Patterson had mentioned, or the Director of Public Safety had also mentioned, and I know Councilman Patterson, you had mentioned that EMS was overstaffed, but it was because you were advised that EMS was overstaffed at that time, and I understand that.
I found out differently.
Yes. So again, my point. Yes.
Overstaffed.
Yes. So again, my point. There's what I'm seeing is council has not been getting complete and accurate information. So, you know, on several levels. And on this level, when we're talking about public safety, and when we're talking about, I found this on the web. Alexis agrees, apparently. When we're talking about public safety, that's not really an area where that's acceptable. You know, I've asked a number of times and gotten a number of different answers. I've gotten that we are overstaffed. I've gotten that we aren't overstaffed. In the meeting that we just had, which, by the way, again, the county's the one that held that meeting. I went to it. Dr. Springer was there. The unions, the EMS unions were there. EMS admin was there. The director of EMS was there. And I asked, are we overstaffed? And do we have ambulances available? If I called right now, at, you know, whatever time it was, if I called right now, you know, is your family member going to get an ambulance? And the answer was, well, probably not. And then the next question was, well,
come on,
this is my point. So I'm trying to ensure that the rest of the council truly understands what's happening.
You
and
also
I really
That's the answer. So
want you to listen.
But you
and let me
also
finish.
you also are aware that staff is working on
Yes,
this.
yes.
Okay.
So please.
So it's not something that's new. It's not something
is
that
even
they
more
haven't
scary.
been working on.
Yeah.
They've been working on it with the cities, with staff, with a plan that it's not like.
Yep.
So staff is working on it.
May I finish?
Let's let George respond, because I think some of the
Well, I'd
things
like to
you're
finish
saying.
what I'm saying.
I like to just add on my comment about understaffed, it's not to the degree that she is talking about,
No.
because I think we're, you know.
So may I finish then? And so maybe you can truly understand the.
Well, what we understand is the issue is being addressed.
No, sir. So please let me finish.
Okay, I think it is.
No, sir. That's why I'm actually bringing it up. That's what's so important about bringing it up. So in discussion with Dr. Springer and with the unions and with the EMS admin and everyone, the initial response when I asked, do we have enough staffing to maintain, and I think this is very important for council to understand, to maintain a minimal acceptable level of service to the community, and we do not. And the first response I got was, absolutely, we are overstaffed. And I said, you know, can we double check the answer? Because I'm fairly certain we are not overstaffed. So I want you to also hear that as well, that repeatedly, you know, we're getting these answers when they're not exactly correct, and this is the information that's being given to council. And so I got that it was overstaffed. And then, you know, I asked again, and I asked everybody else in the room, and everyone else in the room said, no, we're definitely not overstaffed. So I asked again, and then the response was, well, we are overstaffed according to current operational procedures. But our current operational procedures are not at an acceptable minimal standard of safety. So I want, that's the first thing I'm trying to get through to council and get council to understand, is that that is information that we are getting from staff that is not the full picture, and we're getting talked in circles. So that's number one that I just really want the council to understand. And then the second thing is, we have been operating with our, I really hope that you'll look at the number of employees on the road that we had in 2011 when we took over the emergency medical services. It is about the same, if not less, now in 2018 than it was in 2011 of the actual people on the road. So I want you to think about that. With the increased calls for service and the increase in population, we have not expanded our staffing. And I know, everybody's been hearing, well, we need more staff, blah, 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 but I want you to understand the true reason behind those requests. It's because there are many times routinely throughout the day when there are not ambulances available to respond to your call. And it is only because of staffing. So I think that's, I'm going to talk about that later when we talk about the budget. I think that's something that we really need to look at when we're talking about the budget, because we have not addressed or maintained our staffing level, certainly in this area, if not other areas, for a minimum acceptable standard of safety. So I would hope that council would keep that in mind as well when we're thinking about the budget. But the bottom line point of my discussion and what I'm asking for in terms of action from the council on this is we do not have a minimum acceptable standard. So minimum response time, if you look at all the other counties, everybody has a general minimal response time, and people use that as their gauge to figure out how much staffing they need, how much equipment, blah, 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 right? We use as our gauge that minimal budget. And I get that we have to work within a budget, but when the budget that they are given means that we are operating well below a minimum acceptable standard of safety for the citizens, then that budget is not acceptable.
Can you let George respond to those statements?
Sure.
Because you're speaking with lots of many times and things like that, and I think we let George.
Number one,
George.
I mean, there's a slew of things there. The number one, I think that there is a general consensus here on the council that we need to improve. I mean, and that is evidenced in your budget because you're adding 4 employees, permanent employees, and 2 actual physical vehicles. As she pointed out, there are more vehicles than we have bodies in because of the way we work that is, I hate to get to maybe a visual here, but if there's a gunshot wound or somebody's severely traumatized, that ambulance is done for the shift. It has to be brought back in and washed and cleaned, and there's many other ambulances too that are being stocked. So you have to have more ambulances than you have, plus also the fact that some they break down. So so the number of ambulances is greater than the amount of people. We do staff, as we've talked, and I think we really do need to have a workshop here. Of course, we've talked about the larger meeting, but I think maybe we need to also have something to understand our system as it's done here in this county, which may be different than other counties. But the idea is we have a peak amount on the road, somewhere around 23 that are scheduled. That does not count special events and other things that are going on. So during the peak time on a Friday, you might even have as many as 30 because if they're covering football games or other things that they get assigned to do. But that number varies, and it can go down to about as low as 12 or 13 in the middle of the night. Somewhere around 4 a.m. is the historical slowest period of time. And what's happened over time, the wait time, and that's the thing, you get into whole different numbers here. I could tell you the average response across the county time to get to the site, average, is 7 minutes. What she's referring to is the 90th percentile, 90% of the time, The old contract said they would get there in 8 minutes and 59 seconds, of which, to my knowledge, they rarely ever met that across a year. Because of that, through the years, they developed a two-tier system, because in the beginning, fire departments were all BLS. So they went to ALS. Most all the fire departments, with the exception of DeLand, are ALS units, because they could get there, because there's more stations, there's more firemen. So they get there and they start the care, and they are within the 8 minutes and 59 seconds. I think their average probably across the county in the cities, is probably close to that, around 8 or 9 minutes. So they're there to start the care, and then we're there to pick up the care and then transport them. We're all based on a scene treat system here, where the importance is on the scene for the vast majority of the calls. I can have Dr. Springer come in and discuss that, and that's the modern approach throughout most of the country, is to have a higher level of person get to you and be able to do things to you at your house or on the scene. Then the transport part of it.
But
As far as the not having ambulances available, I could tell you that a couple of factors. As far as them not being available, what the firemen see is called force watch. They do not see what our dispatchers see, the system's controller, because they see every asset in the system besides our ambulances. They see the fire ambulances, and when an ambulance comes out of service or comes off, it's not available, so to speak, it very often is at the hospital. And so if they run down to this bottom level, of course, our people are rousting them at the hospital and saying, and we send over supervisors to take care of the patients at that point and free those units up. So when they say that, a lot of times that's a flash moment in time when they'll come down, because it's a constant, they're available, not available, available, not available, all throughout the day. So there are moments, and that's, of course, the PLUS program came into play, was if you're during these peak times when it was happening a little more frequently, we could use the fire departments that had some transport capability. So maybe the best measure to look at that might be, well, how many times are they being used? Which across the system right now, I think for the year, they're going to become between 2,000 or 3,000 times. It sounds like a lot, except for when you look at it, that we're responding 90,000 times, and we're making 50,000 transports. So they are, being utilized, and it is to try and take that peak where eventually the demand does outstrip what we have there. So, to the point, as far as adding units, we're doing that. We're looking at adding more. But we've also talked about the fact of 90,000 times we're doing something, or we're going to something, and only 50,000 we're transporting. So we have to work on that number as well. I don't think we can wait forever. I agree with Post. I mean, we are adding units. Some things we did get into this year, I will say. You had a flu epidemic where our own people were depleted a little bit by it, and it was hard to get the 23 units on the road. Since that time, and since I've taken over, I've made sure that it used to be there was a restriction on using our own firemen. Well, our own firemen, when they're off duty, a lot of them are paramedics, so they can go onto the truck on an overtime basis to help make sure that we don't go below the 23 peak when they're needed, or whatever the computer's telling us through the day based on our 10-year history. So that's being done. You're adding the BLS units, because the other part, of course, is the hospital models of the year have changed too. They used to use it sparingly. Now, through their system, they're transporting people all the time back and forth between hospitals. So we're looking at new systems with that. But one thing we're going to do is use a BLS unit when they're non-emergency. I get the same text. I get the text that says where they're at, and I had one. The CAD is one of the hospitals, a CAT scan unit. This just happened, I think, on Tuesday or Thursday. CAT scan units down. What does that mean? Well, what that means is they're going to start moving patients from one hospital to another just to get a CAT scan, and that's going to take away from the emergency availability. So that's why thus the BLS units or the other units are involved. We've worked with the hospitals. I've worked with the hospital transport experts, and we're going to probably do agreements with them that'll help free up some of our units there. We're going to probably have to get out of the business of sending anyone to Shands or some of these other places with our emergency units. We'll probably have to look at using either a private vendor or the hospitals themselves to start doing that. Because of the fact that you are growing, just what she's pointing out, it is. You're growing between the need on one end and then the abuse. But I feel like, we talked about, we need to really talk about this on a larger scale, because I will also tell you that your fire departments have capacity. And all the complaints right now are coming from the fire departments. I don't get any from the direct residents or anything, because someone is showing up like they're supposed to. And then the complaint is the fire departments. And when you start looking at their usage versus ours, even in our own fire department, it tells a little bit different story. It tells a story of that there's capacity in that system for them to do more, and I think we need to analyze and do that as well. But I find it's interesting that they're the ones who complain most of all. Now, our own people, yeah, they're worked, they're stretched, so there's no doubt about it. So they have, and that's what I think they expressed. They have a lot of mandatory overtime. There's because we can't get paramedics through school, and on top of that, with every fire department hiring paramedics as well, that's an issue. So, like I say, there are a lot of issues here, and that's why we do need a workshop. We need a bigger discussion, and we may need to change some of the way we're doing that. And I don't think anybody disagrees with that. But I would also say, if you call, you're going to get an ambulance, because there's a ton of people behind that phone call that are going to make that happen.
But the response time,
and the response
eventually
times
you're
are
gonna get-
mostly
But the response time is lagging, and guys, this isn't my job, and to be, I don't have time to be doing all this research and looking up all this stuff to convince you guys. So this is what I'm saying. There are CAD entry after CAD entry showing that there's not an ambulance available, like no ambulance available. You've got rollovers, no ambulance available. Like that's, and we've had this discussion many times. That is not acceptable to me, that we don't have a minimal standard of service, of safety for our citizens. We don't.
We do.
We don't. We don't have a minimal level, a minimal acceptable. Let me just
George,
say
is that
this.
accurate?
Let me just
I
say
mean,
this.
There's been a lot of strong statements saying, do we
do not.
Do we have a minimal
And that's,
standard?
I would like us to create that policy and to get a minimal standard that is the same as every, excuse me,
You've been talking, continue.
yes, because I'm bringing this up and this is my point. I'm so sorry that I'm speaking, but, just a moment, please.
Who are you talking to?
Councilwoman Denny's is rolling her eyes and blowing me off. So I would like just a moment.
I think if you have the floor, then you should speak.
I think so too.
And not be concerned about somebody's eyes.
Well, pardon me again for reacting. I'm so sorry.
I think you've made the points that staff and administration needs to make some changes. I think we all want to have.
But my point is not that changes need to be made, because this is so important, guys. This is so important. It's unacceptable. Like yesterday, that if you call for an ambulance, there may not be one available. That's unacceptable. Yesterday, like I'm not okay with waiting.
That's a reckless statement.
That is reckless.
It's true.
You
Very
said may.
irresponsible and reckless.
It's true.
It's not.
It's not.
It's not
It's
true.
not necessarily true. I mean, at any given second,
Not
I can
every
say that
single
about
time,
anything,
of
about
course.
fire, police.
Oh,
I
my
mean,
goodness.
all of those services, you could say that at any given moment. The idea is, yes, it's a crowded system, and we're working on it. But to say that
I just had
we
the county
handle
meeting.
successfully, and I guess the other thing is,
That,
I
and
don't
the
have
county
one
director said
hospital
that.
complaint either. So that's the care at the end, and the piece of data we do miss, by the way, but it's very hard to get it, to provide it, and that's why your point of having everybody at the table is because I don't know the outcomes. See, if we're sending a lot of stuff at the wrong thing, which I think we are, you know, and we got to get the bad toes and the sprained ankles and the stuff out of the damn emergency system, you know, that would help a lot on the other side of it.
So we need to do that
so-
long-term planning.
Well, we are.
We've
and
got to do that planning, but my concern is immediately there are some short-term things that we need to address.
See, listen,
Because it's so
we have,
important,
it's
guys.
a give and take, Heather. Now, he's speaking, and you're not the only council member here that is concerned about
Well,
it. Give the
and-
folk a chance to explain what's going on.
Yeah, and I am concerned, and I've talked to each of you. We are running overtime, we're running more units, and we are doing, I think, a yeoman's job out there. But there's no doubt that, yes, the system overall could use improvement, but I would argue that people are not getting service because they are. Because the system that we have put in place protects that, it has redundancy, and really the most complaints are coming out of the people that are in the redundancy part of it. But like I say, I don't have anything yet from the hospitals that are saying that there's people are getting there too late, because their view is it's a scene treat system and get them stabilized and get them there. And then of course, in a lot of cases, they're crowded as well. So again, and then they have to do a lot of triage, a lot of priority work. And sometimes if you're there and it's not serious, based on the information they have, they're going to divert that ambulance to something that's more serious. And that's when you get the longer wait times. So like I say, at the end of the day, yes, it's a problem. But I would argue that, they're not going to get an ambulance at any given time, because that CAD thing, again, that's giving you, at that moment, it might be that you might have 10 ambulances sitting at Halifax on the loading dock and 3 crews walking out to them and getting them on and coming on. So they're no different than if they're sitting at a fire station somewhere. So the idea is that they're coming on to service, and that's what our system controller, think of it like an air traffic controller, is sitting there aided with a computer, moving all these people around. And I think they do a great job, and we're looking at adding more to it, and I don't think there's any dispute about that. And like I say, yes, there's some long-term stuff. In the meantime, we'll run the wheels off the ambulances we have, as we continue to do, to provide, I think, a great service.
Yeah, I think you've made your point that we need to do something. Some things are being done. I've talked to George last week, or week before last. There are some things that he's looking at, restructuring some of the fire services, working with the cities. So I think if we let him work on what he has in plan, because anything you say is not going to make it better, although he is trying to make it better. So to continue to say that you may not have well, he is.
No, I don't.
I mean, they're putting policies and procedures in place since this came about. They've been doing that to try to make a difference. He's working with like I said, the different managers, the different cities, to try to coordinate with their fire departments. The biggest thing, that's the most important thing, is that you have someone on the scene that's capable of providing ALS as quickly as possible.
You mean BLS?
ALS.
You don't have everybody on scene with
Everybody
ALS.
but Deland is on ALS, period, comma, dot. That's a fact. Fact.
Scene? Everybody, okay.
That's a fact.
Every fire department, we just
Is
did the
ALS,
COP,
but
they're
Deland.
all ALS. They have to have a.
Not every firefighter is ALS.
But when they respond, one of them is a paramedic, just like ours.
So they have it. So that's the important part. And the transport part, we beat this to a point that I don't want to listen to it anymore, because
But
action's being
here
taken.
was the question that I asked of the group, and so it wasn't fire, it was only EMS, and it was the meeting that the county actually asked me to come to ask these questions and to get this information answered out.
Who asked you to do that?
I explained before, the Director of Emergency Services
That's
asked me to
because
come
of
to
the meeting the
EMS.
next day with the fire department. They wanted to make sure that they had, that they had a
Because
chance
of the other meeting you had with the other
discuss what was
administration.
going on in
Well, I
there.
don't know whatever the reasoning was for it. My point is that I had that meeting, and my question was, what do we need to do, because we are not running at, we have no minimal acceptable standard of service right now in EMS. So if we decide today that we are not having enough ambulances on the road, which is, you know, we can argue that all day, but there's no checks and balances there. We have no minimum acceptable standard of service. And in every other county, they have a minimal acceptable standard of service, and that is typically towards the national standards or whatever standard. So it's a certain response time. 90% of the time is what's typical.
And I think we meet that.
No, we absolutely do not. And so we do not have that. And my question, but this is what I'm getting at, guys. My question to the group as a whole was, what do we need to do for Volusia County to operate right now, today, at that minimal, so not even above and beyond, but at the minimal acceptable standard of service for the citizens? What do we need to do that? And the answer from everyone in that room was, we need at least, 14 more people to put into ambulances, to put onto the road right now in order for Volusia County to be operating at a minimal acceptable standard of service, just like all the other counties.
Oh,
I'm
the other
sorry?
66 counties operate with we're 50% short.
Some of the people probably did say that, because I will tell you that when you're talking to the on-the-ground people, I've never met a group, whether it's a construction crew or
That was
this, that
the
they
admin.
want more people.
That was the admin meeting.
Oh, that really surprised me.
That was
they
the
would say
admin
it.
meeting, guys.
And-
That wasn't just people.
And I think what the question, though, was to ensure that you never, ever went down to zero, because again, you would have to, the only way to ensure that is to overload with a lot more units than, because like I say, it's a fluctuating system at any given moment. So you would have to hold back some in reserve to make sure that that never occurred. And they probably took a stab, you know, at 6, 7, 8 more ambulances. So like I say, but that's not how we run that system. And it'd be like fire departments. I mean, again, you could say, how many stations do you need that there'll never be a call at the same time? And of course, what do? They have multiple stations. So, and then they have agreements to cover each other. Because the fact of the matter is in South Daytona, there's one fire station. And if one thing happens, they're going to get help from the others. And that's what we have set up along with our evac system, is we have a backup. You've always had contingency, which is the absolute worst case, where they could haul or transport immediately. Then you have, like I say, we've done the pilot program, and now that's evolved into the Plus program, and now we're even talking to the chiefs about other variations of that. In fact, the chiefs came up with, and we implemented the opposite, where there's so many calls that everyone was going to, that the fire department said, don't come, don't come with us, just we'll go and see if it really needs a transport. Well, of course, that would automatically extend the time if the answer is yes, because they have already been there 10 minutes or so before they even push the button. But again, they recognize, the chiefs of the fire departments, that there's just a lot of times that it's not necessary that we're called out, and that uses up resources. Again, the answer, I think, we're doing everything we can now, and I do believe that, if you call, we will get there. We will do the best job as far as triaging to make sure that it gets to the right person at the right time. In the future, this is a system that, we're going to have to, it's very expensive, and we're going to have to put a lot of care and time into developing it. And it's going to take help with the cities as well, and the hospitals. Because again, at the end of the day, it's a medical thing we're doing, and therefore it's very important that what their opinion is on this, because, like I say, they share a different view. They would like everyone to be stable when they get there, so, and properly treated, so to not make their life worse when we show up.
So what I'm asking of council is, rather than to argue the point then of whether this is what we have or what we don't have, what I would ask of council then is, what would be wrong then with us just creating a policy that other counties have that just sets a minimal acceptable standard of service and put that into place so that, okay, we don't have to look into it, and staff knows that they cannot, for our citizens, we cannot let, they need to do whatever they need to do to not let the service fall below that minimum acceptable standard of service. And it's not 100% of the time. I mean, the other counties operate, it's a percentage of the time. So, I mean, it's reasonable, it's not unreasonable. All the other counties do it. If we simply created a policy that said the Volusia County Emergency Medical Services would from here on out operate at an acceptable minimal level standard of service, would you guys be in agreement to that?
I think we all want that. We all care about the public safety. I don't think it's our job to get in to tell them how to. I think it's our responsibility to set a policy.
Yeah,
and I think
to
we
create a
want,
policy.
I believe that if you look at the stats, I know we pulled them up several years ago on the stats, it was always within 90% of the time. If you pull the numbers up, you're going to say that we are probably within that 8 or 9 minute window, with exceptions. And to say that there's no ambulances available,
This was the discussion that we had.
That's separate.
though,
That's
Mr.
separate.
This
We're
was
not
the
gonna
discussion that I had with admin, though.
Well, they're obviously going to say that, but
Admin? EMS admin?
yes, that they're saying that we are underperforming.
Yes, why would they say that they themselves are underperforming? They're requesting to be able to provide a minimal level of standard of service to the public.
And that's why they asked for 2 more units and 4 people.
And that's what we're giving them. We're giving, and he's also working, Heather, Ms. Post, on other items to make the difference.
Totally get that, and it's really good that we're working at long-term planning, but
No, it's not that long term. He's already had discussions with cities. He's had discussions with fire.
but those are not things that are being put into place now, because right now we are not not providing a minimal acceptable standard of
Well,
service.
see, that's where you say it, and I disagree.
But all of the admin said it as well.
In time response, I think we're
We'd
doing.
have to,
And
again, I think that's
council has
what a
gotten
workshop
letter
is
after
for,
letter
where they can
about
come
this.
in and explain to you, because you got a rural standard, you have an urban standard, you have a,
I'm about
there's only one
workshop
fire
today.
department in Central Florida, I think, that meets the
talking
urban
to
standard.
Can we move on from this and agree to workshop this with everyone involved, so we don't spend another 30 minutes like we do each meeting discussing something that we're going nowhere with, other than make realize we need to make a difference. We need to make a
We
change.
do need to make a difference.
But you're not going to do it sitting there debating that no one's going to get an ambulance if they call.
So I didn't want to debate it. I just said, why don't we then just simply create a policy that says staff needs to...
We're not going to create a policy without a workshop. We're not going to create policies up here. We're not everyone involved.
We're
This
not going
is
to
a-
create policies? That's our job.
We're not
That's our
going to
main
create
job
a
as
policy
council.
sitting
You
here
tell me
today during
that's
closing
our only
comments.
focus, is to
During
create policy.
closing comments, we're not going to sit here and make a decision without all the information, without all the players. And that's what we said.
But this is what I'm saying, you don't even need to get into the weeds. If we do, so not even to argue the point, what's wrong with creating a policy that so many other counties have that simply says,
Okay.
we will not operate
Post,
below
you've
a
been
minimal
on the-
acceptable standard of
You've been on the
service?
floor for about 45 minutes, and we've done nothing.
I think this is so important, guys.
We have already agreed that we're going to make a difference and make a change. But we're not going to
doing
we're not going to write legislation today from this dais without all the information. I mean, you can't just do that. We're going to get all the players involved. I would like to know what the response times are. I've had them before, and they were acceptable. I want to know the responses. I want to know who is.
They were acceptable to you before?
Yeah, because they
Okay.
were all within the 7 minutes.
They were within 7 minutes?
90% were within 7 minutes.
Okay.
On the numbers the last numbers I had, they were within 7 minutes. You and I both have experienced things that we know at times important. My time was important for someone there to get there with ALS service that could provide, get my heart started back up. Okay, yours needed to be transport. I've also have used my wife as a transport to get me to the hospital faster because I knew that I'm 3 minutes away from a hospital instead of, as you were, like 4 or 5 minutes.
I was just looking at a minimal acceptable standard of service. That was my bottom line, was just trying
Well,
to
it's
get.
not going to happen today.
Okay.
How about that?
Well,
So
you heard it
move
here,
on to your next comment, if you would, please.
That's all I have.
You done?
She's done.
Yes, I said that's all I have.
Ms. Wheeler?
I don't have any new topics, but I have to just comment about this, Mr. Chair. I think these are pretty dangerous comments when you're saying to the public there are no ambulances available. I think that's very dangerous to make that comment. And when you're making these statements to us saying, I'm trying to get you all to understand, you are not the only one that understands the problems that we have. And you are not the only one that goes in and talks to the EMS and staff. I know I have on many occasions.
So then you're hearing the same thing.
I understand that we need improvement. I understand that there are actions being taken already
Safety.
at this point.
Acceptable.
They may not be according to your schedule,
Safety.
but you have to understand there are 6 people on this council. We've already discussed the fact that we need more information. We need the nursing homes involved in this conversation. Yes, there needs to be improvement, but I do not have, and I have citizens contacting me all the time about everything. I have not had a citizen outside of the firemen and all of them that are talking to me about lack of service or someone has almost died in their family. I have not had that.
I will collect all of that and forward that to the council then.
I really, when we're trying to state our feelings about this, you completely walk over them. And we have comments too. That's why we said when you chose to have your one meeting, we need to have a joint meeting so we're all involved, we're all at the table, and we're all talking to the EMS, and we're all talking to the nursing home, and we've got the big picture. For us to make an ordinance on something that we don't have all the information yet, but we all, I'm going to speak for the whole council now, we all know that there needs to be changes. I've been out there and I've said, what can we do better? We need to do it better. My comment has left there every single time. And every single time I've had the response from staff, we are working on this, we're working on that. It's not like some of these things aren't already in the process. You make it sound like we absolutely are waiting for county residents to just keel over because they're not going to have an ambulance. I think that's a very dangerous statement to make, and as a county commissioner, I'm not happy with that statement, but I can assure you, I know there's situations that need to be changed, and I am on top of it also.
Ms. Cusack?
It's horrible.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You know that it is important, as we talk, we are talking about time. And once it's gone, you can't get it back. So when we make statements that's all inclusive and we don't have all of the information at our disposal, then you're asking us to alleviate time and do something in a split moment. That is not the way that we should operate as a council or as a county government. And to make a blanket statement that 66 counties have the necessary response time and we're the only county that does not, that is not true.
That's not what I said, though. I said they have a minimal
You said
acceptable
all of them. I think it's 6 to 7.
I said that, I didn't say that they had
Well,
perfect
listen, it's my
responses.
time now.
But I'm just
So you've
clarifying,
had,
because you're saying-
you have had an hour.
I said, though, and
I
that's not
don't-
what I said.
Well, I'm telling you what maybe you didn't hear what you said since you talked so much, you may not have heard what you said. I heard what you
Minimal acceptable
said.
standard response times is
And so, see, that's your problem. You do a whole lot of talking, but very little listening. And I think we do much better as people when we can, that's why you have one tongue and two ears, so you can hear more than you can speak. So therefore, that's a lesson that you'll learn as you work through this process, to be a good listener. I think that we have spent the time necessary to tell us something that we already know that we are all doing and looking into. So I'm ready to move on from that. And if it's not your way, then you just want to continue to hash on that. So it's time to move. Time is too important, and it does matter to me. I want to talk about First Step for a minute, the homeless situation. And you know that the cost is going up, and that I want us to be mindful of the fact that this is happening, and we have to be ready to talk about and have a discussion about the homeless situation and the First Step movement. If we don't do that now, we will have to do it sometime along the way. So maybe we can have some additional information available as to where we are, where do we need to get in order to make this happen in a timely manner. I'm very concerned about this. And so if it's something, Mr. Chair, that we might have some dialogue with Daytona Beach and to see exactly where we are, because we are putting money into this project, and I think it's important that we be kept abreast as to where we are, and we not read it out of the paper that we ought to be, to know. So we need to, you've asked about, we had no discussion about it. So this is where I think we need to begin to have some more dialogue about that.
Okay, I have a schedule to try to meet with Mayor Henry anyway on another issue.
All right.
I'll certainly talk with him about that.
Thank you, and that's all my comments, but I just think that we need to be mindful of time and of everyone's opinion, because we all have them. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Ms. Denny's.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to pivot here to another issue on an issue that came up. Jamie, we talked about this a couple years ago. This, interestingly enough, came up in my feed today on social media for September 4th, 2016, where I wrote a Community Voices piece about the Webster Creek Mitigation Bank down in southeast Volusia, and it looks like it's raised its head again. And George, we need to get proactive in this, because here's what the issue is. Davy Johnson owns 102 acres down there, and he was claiming he owns the other 213 acres, which is public land or submerged lands, if you will. So the question at the time was the submerged lands lease and who owns the submerged land. So there was a great outcry from environmental groups and the citizens, because should this mitigation bank had gone forward, there's citizens that would have literally lost their riparian rights, their water rights, because what he was going to do and still wants to do down there in that lagoon estuary system is fill it in. It will become a mitigation bank for Orlando, and they will bring their stuff over here and dump it in our lagoon, and that's what a mitigation bank is for. And then, he will have development rights. There's no question that he owns 102 acres. That's not the challenge. That's not the issue. The issue is who owns the submerged lands. We challenged it, and Jamie and our legal staff did a really good job at the time when we talked about this and we went through it. The issue we had then was we're really not one of the main partners or players. We didn't have a legal authority to challenge it in a court, except identifying the, who owns the submerged land. So, that being said, it looks like this is coming back up again down at Webster Creek. So if this goes through, they will literally block some of those folks off that have water rights. They will be blocked from access, and that channel and that whole lagoon section. I mean, you want to talk about beach driving access. We want to talk about water access. We're talking lagoon access here. And it's my understanding there's been some rumbling that the state may be reversing their position on the submerged lands because they made the determination after, and when we did, it was 2016, we did that meeting down at the Brannan Center on a capital projects update. This was just coming up to fever pitch at that time.
That's right.
So we addressed the citizens, let them speak. We got as much information from them and worked with them successfully, and pretty much stopped it at that stage. And a lot of that is because the county council wrote a letter to and intervened as much as we could. There's some other issues that we have no control over too, like hydroblasting. That's another one that,
Right.
whether you agree or disagree, but that's all tied to this too. And with the chemicals that are released, should hydroblasting occur, to allow this mitigation bank to go forward. So Jamie, I don't know I gotta say, seeing Miklos get reappointed to the St. John River Water Management District, in all of this, I don't know if we can build a case and a challenge yet again, but somehow this, can we take a look at it, and is there any way we can at least write a letter of concern to the agencies like we did before? Do we have any legal ability to do that?
We'll take a look at it again. They have not issued the permit yet from the Water Management District. It's still being considered. We did talk to State Survey, and they had agreed on the delineation of sovereign waters. The issue that we've not been able to get anyone to give us a final determination is the sovereign submerged lands issue. And that's really a legal issue. And surveyors can't tell you the answer to that question. That's for the lawyers. And we're not getting firm answers from anyone. So if you'd like us to look into it again, we can do that.
Let's do this, because I don't know how anybody can determine that a private property owner has any legal rights to sovereign lands. And I'm not an attorney, but I don't get that one, especially the submerged lands.
Unless they have a deed from the trustees or the United States of America, they should not have title to the sovereign submerged lands.
Well, they didn't when we stopped it. If they didn't have it 2 years ago, I don't know where the impetus is to resurrect the possibility of a permit down there. But if we, let me know, because
we will re-engage.
Well, so I'm going to start rattling the cages down there again on this issue and heighten the awareness, because this has huge impacts for all of us. For you talking about our beach, we always say, we get the day trippers over here. I don't want Orlando's trash, or whatever you want to call it, being deposited in our lagoon for mitigation bank and then having control over sovereign lands. That's just not acceptable anywhere, because this is a test case. If this passes here, if this filters through us here, now we have redefined who can control sovereign submerged lands. There is a lot at stake in this challenge. There's a lot. So if you could help us and find out what that is and how we can be proactive, I'd appreciate it. That's all I have, Mr. Chair.
Okay.
Thank you.
Mr. Lowry.
Thank you. Just some thank yous. Tim Bailey's helping us work out some things there at Osteen Boat Ramp, and I was talking to him earlier. Appreciate all the hard work that he's been doing there. And then we're trying to get one of the Howland Boulevard, R1792 in Deltona, and Mr. Tad's been helping us in regard to that. Just an update too. My dad is home, and he is doing better, which I'm really happy about that. And then just want to thank the voters in District 5 for giving me another whirl at it for 4 years. I especially want to thank my family. You all know how it is with your family, your kids, and everybody's affected by that. And also my church family. They're patient and helpful too. And we had a mini army of about 40 people and got a lot done, and just appreciate confidence people giving me another 4 years. And I'll keep working hard, do my best. That's all I have. Thank you.
Congratulations on your reelection, and again, publicly, congratulations to Ben Johnson on his election. Just a couple of points. I had some other things, but I'm going to just bring up this one. It's kind of relative to the issue we had where we know that the public safety is important. We also know steps are being taken to correct something. It's no different than when someone brings up the idea about deficiencies in the evidence facility when the walls are going up on the new one. Action's already been taken to correct that issue, the same as the actions were already being taken and plans were made 4 or 5 years ago for a new medical facility. So it doesn't really help any of us to throw a bad light on something about information that's already in the process of being corrected. But with that, we'll recess until 6 o'clock this evening. Thank you.